We got more Baldur's Gate. Fucking hot out. Now, I also noticed something really strange too. My birthday in 6 days, and I don't look like I got any older. I look like I got younger. That's just fucking weird. And this game really loads fast. Loads really fast. This game really loads fast. Too bad not Need for Speed. Too bad Midnight Club couldn't do the same thing. What the hell am I doing now? Oh, I gotta find a medallion. Hell's Wind Staff. I don't feel like I'm going the correct way. Into Crypts of Rays. Oh my god, it's a ghost. Um. Warhammer. over the line, smoky. Oh, I cannot recall from there. Can't recall from the boss fight room.
Well met, adventurer. Ethan has told me of how you rescued him in the sewers, and I have already heard of your bravery in the Shrine of Suffering. I decided that I would see this hero for myself. I am not disappointed. I hope you shall not disappoint me. Your actions in the temple showed great courage and sacrifice. A willingness to risk your life to protect others, an admirable quality. Ethan and I are members of the Harpers, a group whose members have dedicated their lives to the... Excellent. There's no time to waste. The dead man you found in the room with... That may be asking too much. Excellent. Another agent of ours tracked one of the thieves to a secret guild entrance below. Let me see it. Ah, yes, a curious item. It seems to bear a minor enchantment that dispels shadows, but the enchantment in the key is dormant. Perhaps its close proximity to the orb disrupted the enchantment. I may be able to... Please be careful.
Alright, I guess we're...
Please, leave me be. I want no trouble.
Sorry, boobies.
And my bones. He gave...
We have many fine deals. What are you looking for? Our shop carries the finest dwarven weapons, brought here all the way from the Sunset Mountains. Swords, axes, bows, we have everything you need right here. If you need something to split someone's skull, or a helm to protect your own, you'll come to the right place.
What about them? Northeast part of the upper sewers, eh? I found it. I'm smart.
What happened in the temple?
Why do the priests still live?
I do not know, my Lord Xantum. I have heard rumors that the orb was destroyed before it could do more than slay a few priests.
By whom?
I do not know for certain, my lord, but I think my thieves and I may have met the attacker on the city streets above.
If they were one of your victims, how is it this creature still lives?
The City Watch came upon us as we were about to deal the killing blows, my lord. We were forced to flee to avoid being captured.
Your oversight has cost us much, Khan. Gather the soldiers. Although our secret entrances still remain undetected, it's only a matter of time before the dogs of the City Watch sniff us out, and we must be prepared for them.
I will see to it at once, my lord.
Khan, if the creature who destroyed the orb should make its way here...
It shall not come to that, my lord. I swear it.
Oh shit.
We shall see, Khan. If you fail me in this, I shall attend to the matter personally.
Yeah, some nice polished floors down here in the sewers. Hi, guy. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll in with my Morning Star of Disruption. He's here. Damn. Those guys meant business. Alright. I wonder where these stairs are gonna plop me out at. Oh hey, that's pretty hidden. Rather just waste a fucking recall potion. Game's going alright, man. Just started streaming.
Word is you're taking on that new Thieves Guild, friend. Watch your back. And maybe get some armor for it, too. Any of these weapons would be sure to stop a thief dead in his tracks. If you're taking on the new guild, be sure to get them all. Thieves have long memories.
Because it's like 7 million degrees out and it's the end of February. People are losing their damn minds.
Are Our shop carries the finest dwarven weapons, brought here all the way from the Sunset Mountains. Swords, axes, bows. We have everything you need right here. If you need something to split someone's skull...
Yeah, our forecast says that, our forecast earlier this week said it's supposed to thunderstorm today. It's very clear outside right now, but with the way that the wind is blowing, anything can blow in from anywhere. So if you're getting a storm, I would say it's probably another 40% probability that we're going to be getting a storm. Also, depending on which way it's coming from, if it's coming, which this is scary if it's coming in this way because it goes against the typical wind flow of the United States. If it's coming northeast in from Canada, that's a really cold rain front coming down that goes against the western winds. So if we get it, if it storms here before you get a storm, that's bad because that means there will be a tornado somewhere. With how stagnant the weather has actually been, because it's been very calm wind-wise throughout the cold season. If it comes down from Canada and crosses with the western winds, there will be a tornado somewhere. I don't do much about weather, but I act like a dumbass. It's very dry here right now. But yeah, I'm hoping that there's a... I'm praying for rain. I'm praying for tidal waves. I want to see the ground give way. It's actually been very rainy this season. We haven't gotten much snow. We got 3 decent snow coverings, one that lasted probably 2 weeks, but for the most part it's rained all throughout winter. And I'm cool with that. I like when it rains throughout winter. Those cold winter rains. It's like a black metal album. There was a really decent rainstorm that came through around I think it was either late December or early January. It was so nice because it was like 40 degrees out and it was just fucking raining. I slept so well. Also, when it rains, there's a high percentage of a chance that I may die. Because Lane Staley already solidified my fate that I think it's gonna rain when I die. Yeah, bad joke, I know. I actually have to go to the bathroom soon. Things I should have did before streaming. I'll be right back. Soon turned into now. Alrighty. And I'd like to take this time to shout out my number one fan, Rogue Girl, who never misses a stream. Best bot ever. Yeah. And who else is out there? 8 Hades. ASMR BU. Like, yeah, these are total real, like, real streamers and real viewers. They just come up as bots all the time. And Suckcox11. Yeah. What's going on, Sharpie? I don't get it. Like, I think Commander Root done split the heads of the Hydra and stopped being a bot and just spawned a whole bunch of other entities. I think I'm gonna have to pull up a bow and arrow for this one. Are these dudes throwing axes? That ain't fair. How come I don't get to throw axes? That consumed a lot of damage. But for all the real ones out there, I hope everyone's having themselves a wonderful Tuesday. Never been a fan of Tuesday. Like, statistically, the worst things that happen to me happen on Tuesdays. I bet the day that I fell through ice when I was a kid and almost died, that was probably a Tuesday. The day that I went flying off of a swing and cracked my skull in half, that was probably a Tuesday. I'm probably gonna die on a Tuesday. Oh boy. I think Bad Stefano found out how the Matrix works. He knows that if I'm on the TV while he's at work and he has no customers, if I say fuck, it's guaranteed someone and their kid is going to walk through that door. So that's why Bad Stefano comes here when he's bored at work, because he knows if I say fuck, he gets a customer.
Word is you're taking on that new Thieves Guild, friend. Watch your back. And maybe get some armor for it, too. Any of these weapons would be sure to stop a thief dead in his tracks. If you're taking on the new guild, be sure to get them all. Thieves have long memories. We have many fine deals. What are you looking for?
He has many fine deals.
Our shop carries the finest dwarven weapons, brought here all the way from the Sunset Mountains.
I guess eat all of our shirts. I'm ready to rock. Hell yeah, Dark Alliance. Going on Andlog. Oh no. Mushroom heads. I can't tell if Castlevania got the idea from this game or if this game got the idea from Castlevania. Oh, that's what they do. Lovely.
I found something.
Who the fuck wants a spice box? Who ordered the bathtub mint julep? it is actually decently hot outside. Everyone was worried that this was going to be one of the worst winters. I think this winter's been barely tolerable. Aren't rubies... Aren't rubies more expensive than sapphires? I honestly wasn't expecting to like this game.
Word is you're taking on that new Thieves Guild, friend. Watch your back. And maybe get some armor for it, too. Any of these weapons would be sure to stop a thief dead in his tracks. If you're taking on the new guild, be sure to get them all. Thieves have long memories. We have many fine deals. What are you looking for?
Oh, wait, I need that. All I could say is that the March lineup for what we got coming up here on the PS2POCALYPSE is gonna be a banger. No, not platforming. Oh, falling platforms at that. Yay. Yay. Didn't even see it coming, man. That wasn't too bad. I don't know how the hell they snuck in platforming in this game, but whatever. At least it wasn't too bad. And hopefully I never have to do it again in this game. Oh. Never came quick. I don't think the game knows this, but I knows this. I died. I know for a fact that I did not jump fast enough to get off of that platform. I don't like that. What the hell, man? What the hell? Not yet. Yeah, what the... Oh, come the fuck on. Oh, I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. I kind of wish this game was rated M, because I feel like right about now that this this water would be looking a little bit more like Jim Jones Kool-Aid than crystally. Really is some nice water though. I didn't really pay attention to the water until Sharpie pointed it out. But yeah, those trails are nice. Nice ripple effect. There's a stage in Virtua Fighter 4 where you're in a courtyard and there's like, for some reason you fight in like the Make-A-Wish pond of in the courtyard. It's a little pool of water that comes up to about like halfway up your shins, and there's a metal fence around it. Two things that are funny about the stage. One, well, the two things about the stage. One is funny, one's cool. The water in the stage is amazingly done. Like, it splashes, it ripples, everything. But the funny thing about the stage is that when you kick someone's ass and they hit the ground face down, they just sit there drowning and no one cares. It's like, you won! Fuck that guy. No one in the Virtual Fighter world knows CPR.
There's nothing to be gained by standing here. Let's move on.
Man. Character in this game is mouthy. He keeps trying to tell me to keep going. I'm talking about Virtual Fighter, my man. I apologize that the water in Virtual Fighter world is better than yours. Oh, that's because you can kind of walk it. What? Really? That's why I... Can I actually walk that? Or am I just thinking I can walk that because I got lucky? Let's see! I'll be damned, you can walk it. Ah, this sucks. I don't want to think about it. You have died. My only question about this is, aren't we over the sewers? So, technically shouldn't be falling to my death. I should just be falling into shit. Also, how the fuck does this world have sewers? Full functioning sewers. They don't even have I guess they do have electricity. When the hell does this world take place? Alrighty. How did I almost do it the first time? Now I can't even... I literally can't even... Oh... You know, the funny thing is I keep eating hamburgers, and I'm forgetting that I'm getting older and I should probably stop eating greasy food, but I just can't. I stop drinking these too, but I just can't. One day my heart's just gonna explode and then everyone's gonna be like, what happened? And I'm gonna be like, ah, I'm a time bomb. Man. How come the second platform fell before the first platform, which is the platform of which I jumped on? I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. Ugh, they changed it. Why'd you guys have to go ahead and change it? Oh, I feel you, buddy. Really? Oh, dude, no. I hit the jump button. I got extremely lucky on the last ones, and now I'm stuck on this one. Oh, I don't like how those... This isn't fair. I'll be here a while. Ain't going nowhere. I'll be here a while. Ugh, come on, I hit the jump button. Jumping with triangle does not feel right. Aw, come on, come in. Come in. Alright, so double flash means it's falling faster than the London Bridge. Oh, dude, what the fuck? What the F, man? Dude, I'm jumping! Jumping! I jumped again! You guys are some evil bastards sneaking in a fucking platforming section in a game like this. Oh! Oh! Like Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Oh! Alright there, tough guy. Stay away from the platforms, they fall. Alright. Alright. Not as mad anymore. That was some rough platforming. Thankfully, they were nice enough to give me a save position before and after. Wow. And spider. Arachnophobia. Yeah, I genuinely enjoy this game, Franken. Can't say it's a bad one. Platforming's a tad bit rough, but besides that, I mean, for at least it's fair. At least the game knows it's not a platformer and gives you like a save before and after the platforming parts. But I mean, I really have nothing bad to say about this game. I think it's pretty cool. Also, we get to kill green jelly. Sharpie was saying the same thing. Yeah, the water trails are pretty cool. When I was ranting about this earlier, that I think the only other game that truly rivals the water physics in this game on the PS2 is Virtua Fighter 4. That one stage where you're in the courtyard and you're fighting in the little reflection pond for some reason. Another game on the PS2 that has, I would say it's kind of an underrated game, even though it spawned a series, a pretty lengthy series that no one really ever talks about. But I think it was just a little innovative. It was really innovative for its time, and I think it had pretty good water. Was Just Cause. All games are a kid's game if the kid can play games. That's a modification of a Mitch Hedberg joke. Every book is a kid's book if the kid can read. if if they can hold the controller and press the shoot button, then guess what? I don't care what I say to them online. You read the ESRB. Warning, douchebags like Loader may be playing against your 12-year-old. Yes, Rockstar Games. My kid played Grand Theft Auto 5 online and now is trying to tell me that Nirvana is the absolute worst band ever and I should rethink my living situation for believing that Nirvana is good. I just remember the reason I always go to Rockstar Games, that I'll never forget the time where I got yelled at by some dude for swearing in a Grand Theft Auto 5 lobby. Like, no, you can't say that like that. I can say whatever the fuck I want. The single player version, the single player game of the game that we are playing right now says cunt. I can say cunt. No. You can't say that. Fuck you, I just did. The only way you're gonna make me unsay it is if we don't. I don't understand. No, you can't say a lot of shit in GTA Online. I don't understand their idea behind that. Like, if you guys wanted to censor the game and you wanted to tone it down so that it's a kids game, then get rid of all the violence. Get rid of the swearing in the game. Don't call it Grand Theft Auto. But, like, you guys, like, they have no awareness of the fact that they market that game over time got marketed towards kids. That's why they separated the online from the single player. Ice arrows. No. Why is everything Repulsion? That's a good band. I just miss games having private servers, you know? So, like, when some little kid comes in and starts, you know, going through their monologue of, you know, all the slurs you're not supposed to say to people you don't know, that they can just get banned. IP banned. Kicked the fuck out. Never have to hear them again. But no, everything is global servers. Everything is open server these days. And we live in such a world where everyone's offended by everything that you can't even taunt people anymore in Street Fighter. So even if they give me my favorite character, I can't whip a rose at their fucking face. At least the religious right was consistent. At least it made sense. At least it was always what the eyes of God believe, and it comes back to the text that is in a book that isn't real. It's insane, but at least it's consistent. Nowadays, there's a special interest group for everything. Surprised someone hasn't tried shooting me yet because I vape, or something stupid like that. Don't get me wrong, I take neither side. I don't lean left and I don't lean right. I go right down the middle. I'm autonomous. I believe in me. What I feel. I don't care what either side of the spectrum cares about. I care about what I care about. I don't let other people make my opinions for me. Everything that I say is of my own volition. I'm not paid by a special interest group, and I don't believe in God. So I do what I do because I do what I do. I don't understand the idea of conforming to any group hive mind. After a while, in any group, in any setting like that, you lose your own voice. Your voice becomes the voice of the group. I don't like that. I've never been a part of that. Yeah, it becomes a cult. Exactly. And at the same time, I don't like people being 100% like me either. I feel it's awkward when I am being attacked by people who are bringing up things that they don't even truly believe in, but they feel like they have to believe in them because their interest group believes in them. I don't like that, and I also don't like being in totally agreeable settings. When everyone's just like, oh yeah, I like what that guy's saying, I like what that guy's saying. They just start throwing curveballs out there, like, man, I think I should carve a pentagram into my arm. Oh yeah, man, that's a good idea. Like, stupid. I like people who can form their own opinions. I like people that can, whatever, I like arguing. Like, I'm not saying that I don't, when I say I like arguing, I don't mean I like picking fights. I like when two people can have a conversation from two totally different mindsets that aren't popular mindsets and have an adult conversation without yelling at one another and have two totally different opinions. Like, I think that the world needs more of that. But no, it's either you're all in or you're all out these days. I'm just not into that mindset. I don't want to name any groups. Yeah, like an argument, like an argument is a discussion. Like, I believe that an argument, a true argument, like my idea of what I'm saying of an argument is using opinion and fact from two opposing views to discuss a topic. Not saying stupid stuff like, you're a Nazi if you don't believe what I'm saying, or you're racist if you don't believe what I'm saying. Like, that is not an argument. That is childish behavior. Like, my best friends, like people I've known my whole life, we don't agree on everything, but we don't yell at each other about it. We have conversations about it. We have adult arguments. We have discussions. Oh, dude, I'm shadow banned from life. I've been banned from the voice server for years. The other thing that, like, I think people need to, like, realize, too, is you don't have to have an opinion on everything. You don't... It's okay to not know something that's going on, and you don't immediately have to form an opinion when you hear about it. Like, you know, the new thing happened. There's, let's say, the penguins are going to war with the polar bears. You didn't know that that was happening, and someone brings that up in a conversation. You don't immediately have to side with the penguins. You don't have to immediately side with the polar bears. There's a third option. You don't have to care. Amazing. I think people forgot that. You don't have to care. Just because your friend cares, your friend's a pro-penguin, doesn't mean you have to be pro-penguin. It's amazing. It's fucking mind-blowing. I just don't think people realize that. You don't have to side. You don't have to pick a side. You don't have to include yourself in the argument. You can just slink back and drink a beer. Because tomorrow, guess what? That conversation doesn't even exist. Because the next thing happened, to where it's now the saber-tooths versus the woolly mammoths. You also don't have to have a fucking opinion on that one. It's fucking crazy. But I will say, though, if my friend is a non-participating penguin and is being attacked in public just for the fact that they're a penguin, I'm going to defend them. Not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm not going to stand up for my friends when they're non-participating. Once you become a participant, though, you are now only protected by the participating party. Especially if I'm not participating. It's not my fight. But if you're attacked for something that you can't change, I'm on your side. I'll fight for you. But it's not because of the fact that I agree with you, or it's not the fact that I agree or disagree with the other people. It's the fact that you're my friend. See, that's a totally different principle.
So, you've come all this way to think I missed the chance to kill you when we first met?
I really hope that I've used enough illusionary speech to disguise what I'm talking about. I really don't know. I don't like this guy. I don't like the fact that he's wearing a metal mask and the mask moves with his face. I do want to kill this guy. My name is PSX Reaper. You stole my money. Prepare to die. Come on, carne asada. Oh, I knew he was gonna do something stupid. Happy that guy's dead. Pull the lever. I gotta use myself a recall potion. Dude, I'm very impressed with the loading times. I don't know if it's the way that the PlayStation is set up or not. Loading times are fucking phenomenal.
Word is you're taking on that new thieves guild, friend. Watch your back. And maybe get some armor for it, too. Any of these weapons would be sure to stop a thief dead in his tracks. If you're taking on the new guild, be sure to get them all. Thieves have long memories. We have many fine deals. What are you looking for? Our shop carries the finest wood.
Recaller. I have nothing to say to that.
Word is you're taking on that new thieves guild, friend. Watch your back. And maybe get some armor for it, too. Any of these weapons would be sure to stop a thief dead in his tracks. If you're taking on the new guild, be sure to get them all. Thieves have long memories.
I can't do that here.
Word is you're taking on that new thieves guild, friend. Watch your back. And maybe get some armor for it, too. Any of these weapons would be sure to stop a thief dead in his tracks.
I don't get how to switch between weapons without doing what I just did. How do we die again? Okay, that thing doesn't die. That thing's automatic. Okay, okay, chill, chill! Get it, you're mad. Very generous with these saves. Oh! The goddamn flying eye guy. Buddy. You got to chill. You need some eye drops? Is that why you're mad? Red. Dry eyes. Try new moisturize. Wow. I saw that. Trying to take me out, man. No, 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 no. Damn stoner eye is trying to kill me. I got it. Why are there so many ostriches? Flaming Warhammer? It's gonna be stupid, but I just want to see. Ooh, wolves in the throne room.
You are the stranger that Khan spoke of. You humanoids all look alike to me, weak and fragile. Khan should have killed you when he had the chance. It is no matter. There are always others like him, small-minded and foolish, eager to take his place. You humanoids were born to be our slaves. And you will answer. It is you who...
There's a band. It's a one-man band. They're called Xantam. I used to have their demo. I now know where that guy got the name of the band from. I learned something today. I have burned alive. It's funny because the name of the full name of the band is Xanton the Beholder. I get it now. People think black metal and death metal people are just a whole bunch of degenerate drug addicts. No, a lot of them are just nerds. Let's rock, Mr. Beer Holder.
So, begin.
What's going on, Puffy? You have died, motherfucker!
You have accomplished far more than I could have hoped. Truly, the Harpers are blessed to have you among our number. You have my thanks, and the thanks of all of Baldur's Gate. These maps on the wall. Baldur's Gate, the Sunset Mountains, the Marsh of Kalimba. It is as I feared. The evil that has risen in Baldur's Gate is only part of a greater evil. These three locations are tied, though I know not how. This gate worries me. This beholder and his legions were able to use it to enter Baldur's Gate without being detected. It seems this gate is tied to the Sunset Mountains. A further cause for worry. We've heard strange rumors from the Sunset Mountains over the past few weeks, but the agent we sent to investigate the rumors has not returned. I now fear for his life. Please, I must ask you to head through the gate and see what has happened in the Sunset Mountains. Other creatures may have arrived there, and if so, we must know their strength before taking action. You have already accomplished much, and we are grateful. Please, here is some gold and items that may aid you on your mission. Use them wisely. I must go and tell the Dukes of the City what has been discovered here. Please rest and prepare yourself before heading through the gate. There's no telling what waits on the other side.
Open the gateway. Oh yeah, mosh pit was great. I got my ass kicked. Banging heads and broken jaws because they're under laws in the pit. Yeah, like, first got there wasn't too much going on for the first band. I know who they were, but they were kind of like some regular, basic ass death metal. They were good. When I say basic ass, I just mean generic. The term generic to me means like you ain't really going anywhere. You kind of sound like you're just one of those bands, you know, like that never really gonna make it. You don't have a unique sound. You just sound like a death metal band. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just, I don't know. I'm not always right. Then Ghoul played, and it got a little intense. They played Rock Gut. That was fucking awesome. I think anyone there even knew that song. That's off of 2002's We Came for the Dead. Which, if you want to hear a good death metal album, I recommend listening to We Came for the Dead by Ghoul. Fucking amazing. They also do a cover of Skull Beneath the Skin, which is one of the best covers of all time. They don't play it live. It pisses me off. You ever want to see a whole bunch of confused people? Scream Skull Beneath the Skin when Ghoul's playing. They'll look at you like, why the fuck are you talking about a Megadeth song? Oh. You'll learn. You'll learn one day when you go through that discography. Mean and infectious, the evil prophets rise. Dance of the macabre, as witches streak the sky. Anyway. No, I got fucked up in the pit. I couldn't even put my arms out most of the time. I ran up to the front row, and the next thing I know, I was just fucking like pushed in like this. I was just like trying to move my arms out, like, get the fuck away from me, macho man. I'm the cream of the crop. And the second I would get my arms out, everyone got pissed. I would just get like thrown the fuck out. Yeah, it was fun. Municipal Waste played, and it got rowdy. It got rowdy really fast. I started a fuck that shit chant though. That was pretty cool. I'm really good at getting chants started. I couldn't get a "you fucked up" chant started because I don't think anyone knew what ECW was. It was really pissing me off because people were stage diving and getting fucked up, and I was like, "You fucked up! You fucked up!" And everyone's looking at me like, "Why are you being an asshole?" Because I am an asshole. If you knew why I was saying "you fucked up," I'm one of those assholes. Dude at the ground, I walked up to him and I was like, "Hey man, you ever seen ECW?" And he's like, "What?" I'm like, "Do you know what ECW is?" He's like, "No." And I was like, "Well, you fucked up." He just looked at me like, "Why are you making fun of me, man?" Like, I'm hurt. Like, I'm hurt too. I just don't know it until the next day. Yeah, it was cool. The second song Municipal Waste played was Mind Eraser. Don't blame me. I was just bored. Blame it on the drinks that the bartender poured. 14 shots, some beers as a chaser. Fouled it up with a Mind Eraser. Real fucked up's the only way to react when you run around the streets like you're a maniac. I used to drink Oh! Hey, Divine! I found the map! I don't know what I just hit. I don't know what button just got magically pressed when I moved my controller, but I found the map. Oh, it's the L1 button. That's a good place to hide a map. So there was a map the entire fucking time. I just had to start talking about music and flail my arms like people are trying to hit me. Yeah, so like, I don't know when the hell it happened. I don't even know who did it. someone's hand got like thrown, and it just, I'm watching it in slow motion, like, oh no, that's gonna hit me. And their fist came around and nailed me right in the throat, and I was like, thank you. And then someone with long nails, I don't know, I wasn't paying attention to this one either. I got clawed in the face. That was pretty cool. But 17 years. 17 years since I've seen Municipal Waste. Last time I saw them, The Art of Partying was just about to come out, and they were still playing Hazardous Mutation set. That's how long it's been since I've seen that band.
Let's press on.
And it seems like they've gotten a lot more fans since the last time I saw them. The last time I saw them, it was Municipal Waste and Agnostic Front. That show was cool, but there was like no one there. Agnostic Front actually played The Eliminator, which is my favorite Agnostic Front song. Killing's my business and business is fine. Payback's a bitch, boy. Now you're gonna die. That's like all I remember from the last time I saw Municipal Waste was they played The Thrashing of the Christ. A skinhead tried to fight me, and I like hit the dude, like I tripped him and hit him in the chest at the same time. The dude hit the ground really fucking hard, and I never saw him again. And Agnostic Front played The Eliminator. That's all I remember. I don't remember getting there. I don't remember going back.
There are still many leagues to go.
I don't remember who else was really there. But I remember that. And the funny thing is, this full circle moment, the venue that I just saw Municipal Waste at is the same place I saw him 17 years ago. It's one of the best shows I've ever seen. I'm not gonna lie. And funny thing is that like the acoustics were terrible. It was hard to even make out what songs were even playing. It was dark as fuck. I was just imagine you're staring at a light, and all around you is just darkness, and people are stage diving. So it's like you're getting hit from left, right, up, and down. You don't even know where the fuck it's coming from anymore. They don't even know where they're jumping into. And yeah, it was cool. Good show. Woke up with a nosebleed the next day. That was pretty cool.
There's nothing to be gained by standing here. Let's move on.
Dude, I am talking about Municipal Waste, okay? I will take my sweet ass time, Mr. Baldur's Gate playable character guy. They did play, Municipal Waste did play Thrashing's My Business. They didn't play Tango and Thrash, though. So the way the fuck that shit chant started, there was chicks there. I saw a couple of good looking girls. Every good looking girl there was like guarded by like a bunch of, I don't want to say that they're douchebags, but my idea of a douchebag at a metal concert is someone who doesn't look like they should be at a metal concert. So they were just surrounded by a whole bunch of douchebags. So I was like, I'm not even gonna try. I don't feel like having to explain to people that I'm the gatekeeper. Like, Like, you can think whatever you want. You can look at me and be like, he's got a fitted hat. I didn't wasn't actually. Yeah, I wasn't even wearing my hat. People can look at me and think whatever they want. They could be like, oh, that guy doesn't know anything about music. That guy doesn't know shit. It looks like some asshole that plays video games. Like, in reality, you don't know it, but I'm the true gatekeeper. Every band that you think that you can conjure up to ask if I know. I know bands you've never even heard of. 2 of which are on my jacket. But it's funny because, like, there's in Detroit, there's a whole bunch of these new jacks that are coming into the metal scene. It's like, it's funny because it's like y'all don't even know what time it is. You think you know what time it is. You think you know it all because you know who Infant Annihilator is. Think you know it all because you know who Insect Warfare is. Do you even mouth sewn shut, bro? Do you even toxic narcotic? Do you even anal cunt? Bet you don't even know that. You don't even know who Pig Destroyer is. No, the metal scene's just weird these days. I tend to keep to myself. I don't try to talk to anyone. I kind of do, I guess. I generally do it in character though. Like I'll talk to people I've talked to before and say what's up to them. I don't really like try to have like giant conversations with people. Until I'm drunk, and then like whoever the fuck is standing next to me, I'll say a few things to. And then I can tell they try to test the waters to be like, yeah, I saw X band 3 weeks ago. Like, oh yeah, that's something. Man, I wish Goat Lord would come around. Like, what the fuck did you just say? Oh, yeah, you don't know who you're talking to. It's impossible for Goat Lord to come around. You should read that biography. If you like Diablo, I'd say these games are pretty good. I have nothing to complain about with this game yet. Sorry, I'm not really. You got me onto a metal tirade, so I totally forgot that I was even playing a game for a second there. You're the first person to ask me how that concert was, so that's the first time I've talked about it in the last 2 streams. Yeah, this game's pretty good. I dig it. Yeah. I got nothing to complain about. I can't recall from here. Gotta get rid of the fire sword that's burning in my pocket. Where are we going? The Cork and Kerry Mountains. Oh, this game is very laid back. Generally, when I die, it's because I get swarmed. It's very few and far between that it even happens. But it does happen. I think I've died like twice. I don't think I've ever read the word repulsion as like people are being pushed back. I read the word repulsion as people are repulsed. I speaking of Maximo, I just posted the did the review of Army of Zin. Means the next thing I'm be doing is the Rygar review. Which I don't really have anything negative to say about Rygar. I didn't have anything negative to really say about Army of Zin either. I wonder if I would have liked Army of Zin had I not played that after Ghosts of Glory. But I think that's a different type of discussion. The whole point of playing these games in unison. I don't think that's the right word. In order. Screw it, we're going big. Sequentially! There we go. Yeah, not in unison. Unison means we'd be playing them all at the same time, which I don't have enough hands for that. Need more limbs. Oh shit! I don't know this guy. He was in a Beastie Boys video. Check it out. What's it all about? Turn this motherfucking party out. That's actually a really big. That's a hard thing to answer because I don't think. Tell me the answer to this. I'm gonna think about. I have to think about Hello Nasty. I don't think Hello Nasty is a better album than To the Five Boroughs. I think To the Five Boroughs is one of the most underrated, not only hip hop, not only Beastie Boys albums, but hip hop albums of all time. Hello Nasty had the beats, but it didn't have the lyrics. Intergalactic, though being a very good song, it's only backed up by 3 MCs and 1 DJ, and it's only Body Move In, Body Move In. Those are the only other 2 good songs on that album. Where To the Five Boroughs is a start to finish album. It is one of the best albums ever made that no one's ever listened to. I understand that we're talking about just the songs, but I'm going to the albums, and I'll say that To the Five Boroughs is better than Hello Nasty. And it's the thing about, I love the Beastie Boys, Well, the thing is I don't think the Beastie Boys made many start to finish albums that are just amazing. Like, Paul's Boutique has really, really, really good, strong parts in it. But there's just parts where it's like, dude, why the fuck did you guys even make this a song? And Ill Communications the same way. Check Your Head is the same way. Like, there are really strong songs on this album, but the whole album just doesn't do it for me. We're Licensed to Ill and To the Five Boroughs. It's like, those are 100% albums. And the funny thing is the contrast from Licensed to Ill to the Five Boroughs, where Licensed to Ill is a very simplistic approach. It's a very in-your-face, raw Beastie Boys, where To the Five Boroughs is this very matured, very complex beat album where it's like, I can't believe this is the same fucking band. And the thing about To the Five Boroughs that I think it's so good is their setups, how they don't do these like they're really good at doing the weird come-ins. Like I don't know, what am I trying to say? Like they don't set each other up for the verses. They do the verses in, like, it's weird how they do it. Not a lot of hip-hop groups do that, where they're all on the same verse. Like, even the Wu-Tang doesn't do that. The Wu-Tang has, like, one guy does this verse, the next guy does the next verse, and, you know, and so on and so forth. For the Beastie Boys, they do it in, like, this one dude is like the main attraction to the verse, but the other two are throwing in the interjections. That's really hard to do. And then To the Five Boroughs, like, the way they do it on that album, it's fucking insane. I've heard so many people say that album is trash. It's like, dude, that album is not trash. That album is fucking awesome. That album is trash. How come I had to buy it 3 times? Because it kept getting stolen from me. Now, don't get me wrong, Intergalactic is an awesome song. I like the album Hello Nasty. I just don't think it's on par with To the Five Boroughs. When I saw Metallica, really funny. I saw Metallica back in like 2017, 2018. I don't exactly remember when I saw Metallica. But the reason I'm bringing this up is I'm standing there because we had floor seats, like we were like right in front of the stage, and they had like this weird opening thing happen where I don't remember who the first DJ was. Some DJ is playing. I was like, wow, this is gonna be a shitty concert. They're starting it with a DJ. That's cool. Then Mixmaster Mike came on the stage, and I was like, whoa, whoa, wait, they're starting this with a DJ? That's cool. And I remember there was some dude standing in front of me that was like, what the fuck, man? I paid like $200, and you got some stupid EDM DJ up here. I was like you fucking cur? That ain't an EDM DJ, that's Mixmaster motherfucking Mike. You show respect when the fourth Beastie Boy is on stage. Fucking bitch. I understand that a Metallica concert is not the best place for a hip-hop artist or hip-hop DJ to be DJing at, to where people are going to immediately know who the fuck he is. But, like, I was just flabbergasted at how many people did not know who the fuck Mixmaster Mike was. Like, how can you be a Metallica fan and not know who Mixmaster Mike is? At the time of Metallica's height of popularity, you couldn't go through a radio block of hearing Metallica without hearing it backed by the Beastie Boys. And every single Beastie Boys song that utilizes Mixmaster Mike's name is dropped in the song. So come on, Mixmaster, cut faster. A lot of people don't like it when I say I think that the Beastie Boys are underrated. When I say that the Beastie Boys are underrated, I don't mean in the fact that they don't get enough radio play. I mean in the fact that when it comes to hip-hop credentials, their name doesn't get mentioned enough. Like, they did a lot of stuff. They brought a lot of things to the table when it came to hip-hop. I didn't know this until last night. I guess Dee Dee Ramone actually recorded a fucking rap album back in like '87. This is one hell of an opening to a stage, man. What up, Kmar? Just talking about the Beastie Boys.
Who are you? Tell me what you've been doing here, or my hammer will be the one asking next. This... They seek to light the signal fire. The gate to the mines was sealed with our key of Dumathon.
The killing goes great. So thick. Yeah, poochie, poochie, poochie. Are these werewolf fighters? Well, it's going pretty well. Enjoying this game. How's it going? How's it going for you, Sniper Wolf? Damn it. I wish I never found out that L1 is mad because I keep hitting it when I'm trying to heal myself. I'm also desperately running out of health. Oh, I love that Punisher game. There is something about that Punisher game, though, that's kind of strange. Well, it's not strange in the idea. I have to explain why it's strange. On my PS2, so I bought this PS2 with like 1,000 games. Of those 1,000 games, I'd say like 800 of them work. I played through the Punisher on this PS2 for YouTube, And I was like, I remember the interrogation scenes being way more violent. Come to find out, I have the PAL version that's censored. The NTSCU version of the Punisher game is way more violent during the interrogation scenes. And unless I'm remembering it wrong, but I remember like I don't remember I don't remember there being this black and white filter when you're like, you know, the interrogation where you got the guy on the countertop and you got the knife rack above him and the knives are falling. I remember that one being extremely gruesome because when you shake the butcher knife falls through his throat. They do not show that in the PAL version. Which is funny because they don't show the actual death, but if you look at the body on the counter, he's filled with knives. You could see the aftermath. The aftermath is fine. I think I think that got removed from the Steam version of Fallout 2 as well. The funny thing is that no one talks about that in Fallout 2. It's never what anyone talks about with that game. But everyone loves bringing up the climax of Postal 1. I like going into the Punisher Berserker mode when you just start whipping knives at everyone. So either I'm gonna have to do some insane backtracking so I can get to a store, or hope that a store is coming up fairly soon because I didn't see anyone in that town that was a merchant. I almost got stuck there for a second. Oh, this guy's the shopkeeper.
Never will you see such fine
Awesome.
steel as you
Wish I
will
would have
in
put
this
that
shop.
together.
Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone. If you
feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler.
Oh my god.
Are you looking for anything in particular?
I really thought that the whole game was just going to take place in that first dungeon, if that's what you want to call it. I wasn't expecting to a whole new set of insanely awesome stuff was going to become available.
Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone.
Yeah, I like this game. Ooh.
If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler.
I've never played any of the other Baldur's Gates games ever.
Can I help you?
I didn't mean to sell my arrows.
Particular. Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop. Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone. If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler.
Healing potions. Alrighty. Now we're rocking and ruling. You've never played any of the Resident Evil games? You probably don't want my opinion because a lot of people don't agree with what I say about Resident Evil. I love the first Resident Evil game. Whether it's the director's cut, regular cut, Jill getting crushed by a room cut, doesn't matter. I love the first Resident Evil game. Second Resident Evil game, which is most people's favorite, I think is okay. I prefer the first to the second. I'm not a big fan of Resident Evil 3. Some people absolutely love Resident Evil 3. When it comes to Resident Evil 4, a lot of people say that Resident Evil 4 is the best Resident Evil. Well, talk something about Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 is a great game. It is a very bad Resident Evil. If Resident Evil 4 was anything besides a Resident Evil game, I would agree that it's an amazing game. But the fact that people say that that is the best survival horror game ever made, I have gripe with that because there is nothing survival about that game. Resident Evil 5 sucks. I haven't played that game in years, but I don't like Resident Evil 5. Resident Evil 6, I barely played, but a lot of people like that game. Code Veronica X is my second favorite Resident Evil. The first Outbreak game I thought was really good. A lot of people didn't like Outbreak. Outbreak is good if you play it by yourself, which nowadays you kind of have to because there's not really a way to play against other people. Outbreak File 2, I've never played. Resident Evil 7, I played really late, but I liked Resident Evil 7. Once again, I don't view that as a Resident Evil game. It's a really good game, but it just doesn't give off that Resident Evil vibe to me. And then Revelations, I never played. Chronicles, never played. What's that game with where you play as the SWAT team?
There are still many leagues to go.
Umbrella. No. What was that called? Hey, I didn't say I don't like 2. I just don't think 2 is better than 1. I think 1 is awesome. 1 is like playing a B movie horror game, where 2 is like playing a blockbuster horror game. I would rather play They Live than play I mean, yeah, Resident Evil 4 is a good game. It's a great game. Just don't let Resident Evil 4 be your end-all, be-all opinion of what Resident Evil is. I firmly believe that if the Resident Evil series, Resident Evil 4 was backwards, like if the story, like if the game starts where the game ends, it would have been a way better game. It would have been a Resident Evil game. I don't like how the game... I don't want to say anything because you haven't played it yet. But after you play Resident Evil 4, I'll discuss what I mean. I'll discuss what would have made Resident Evil 4 a Resident Evil game. It's really simple. You just reverse how the game works. Resident Evil 1 Remake, I didn't even talk about the remakes. I think the remakes are all awesome. I love the remakes. Resident Evil 1 Remake, though, really pissed me off. Not because it was bad by any means, it was just because I didn't like getting lost in that game when I know the map of Resident Evil 1 at the back of my hand. And then playing Remake, they're like, we're gonna surgically infuse a new hand to your hand, and you're not gonna have any idea where the hell you're going. I liked it, though. I only played it once. Resident Evil 2 Remake, though, fucking awesome. Resident Evil 3 Remake, fucking awesome. The funniest thing about the Resident Evil 3 Remake was that people online were like, Resident Evil 3 Remake is super short, it's not a good game, you can speed run it, the game's like a 3-hour game. It's like, dude, did you ever play the original Resident Evil 3? Resident Evil 3 that's the iconic speedrunning game. That's the game people speedrun. That's like one of the most speedran games. What do you mean that Resident Evil 3 Remake is too short? It was made that way for a fucking reason. I thought the Resident Evil 3 Remake was super violent, and I liked it. There was There was a kid I worked with. I almost said went to school with. There was a kid that I worked with that was like, the Resident Evil 3 remake, the Resident Evil 2 remake, they're not violent. I was like, what do you mean they're not violent? You can blow their heads clean off with a shotgun. And then I found out that he was playing on Xbox, and I found out that the Xbox versions of those games are actually censored. Well, the first Dead Space is great. I love that game. My biggest issue with Dead Space 2 is that they eliminated the boss fights. Oh, I did not play Resident Evil 8. Message. I have not played 8 yet. I bought it during the last one of the last two giant sales on the PlayStation Store that came through. I like Dead Space. What I was saying though, yeah, my biggest issue with Dead Space 1 to Dead Space 2 was that they upped the graphics from 1 to 2, but they eliminated boss fights from 1 to 2. And I like the boss fights in 1. I never played 3. I heard 3 is crazy. If anyone wants to know what my favorite horror game is of all time, it's Fear. First Encounter Assault Recon. You've never played Fear and you're a fan of horror games, find the darkest area of your house, set up your computer, kill your RGBs, stare at that screen until you cry. Like I don't think there's a better AI that okay. I don't think there's a better AI that exists in a shooter than Fear. The best AI of all time is Virtua Fighter 4. Like that game learns you. That game plays you. Virtua Fighter 4 plays you as much as Fear does. Fear learns to play you. That Extraction, I've never heard of that one. Another underrated survival horror game. It's for the PS2. I don't have it. Game called Extermination. Extermination is a good game. It's a cross between Resident Evil and The Thing. A lot of people don't like Extermination. I like Extermination. Visceral Games. What's Visceral Games? Was that a developer, or are you saying like games that are visceral? Oh, I thought for some reason I thought Redwood Studios made Dead Space. I would, and then going back to talking about violent games, I would say the last extremely over the top violent video game ever made that was good. Keep in mind, good. Like a triple A extremely violent game was Metal Gear Solid, or not Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Rising. That game was way over the top. I know there's been violent video games since then, and there's been violent video games since then, but I wouldn't say there's been like triple A violent video games since then that have put the bar higher than that. Okay, so to me, and this is just me, I don't view Doom as a violent game. And that's because you're not killing humans, you're killing demons that are already gruesome to begin with. So killing them in gruesome ways, it's... I've never really seen Doom as that violent of a game. I don't know, maybe it's just me. But I do agree, you're not wrong. I'm just saying, me personally, I don't view the killing of demons in mass quantities as violence. Yeah, a lot of people don't like Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. They changed the story. I never played Twin Snakes, but they changed the story, and Hideo Kojima didn't like how the story was changed. He also didn't authorize the changes in the story. A lot of people were confused with the changes that were presented in Twin Snakes. Off the top of my head, I don't remember what they changed. They changed a lot of like like I said, I can't pinpoint what it is, but they changed a lot of like dialogue things. And there's a lot of things that aren't said that are like crucial, like subtle things that are very important to the whole story. And Hideo Kojima didn't like that. That's one of the reasons people don't like Twin Snakes. Okay, alright. I'll give you Mortal Kombat. The Mortal Kombat games are pretty goddamn gruesome. I have no counter argument for Mortal Kombat. Like I said, Doom. I really do think that way. I don't feel when I'm playing a game where I'm killing non-humans and it's violent. It doesn't have the same oomph to me. Like Fallout. I guess you do kill humans in Fallout, so I guess Fallout is pretty violent. I will say that Fallout 1 is the most gruesome of them all. Like, you have not experienced true Fallout violence until you have bloody mess on, you have the 10mm submachine gun in Fallout 1, and shoot someone, and you blow, like, the top half of their body up like it's a RoboCop movie. And the sound effects are insanely just they add to it. Just the goop. Like Fallout 3 didn't have that added gnarliness of the sound effects. You know, the funny thing about God of War is I did not play God of War until maybe 2 years ago. 2 years ago was the first time I ever played God of War. The original God of War. I've only played 2 God of War games in my entire life. God of War Ascension and God of War 1 HD. I liked it. Had I had played God of War back when it came out, I would have liked it more. But I played so many games of that time where I think the other games that came out were a little bit better, like Onimusha. You're going to hear me say Onimusha a lot. That's one of my favorite games. I don't think that game gets enough love.
How can I help you?
I forgot that coming up here pretty soon we get to play a game that I've always wanted to play.
Never will you see
That I was always convinced to never play it because I'll hate it. I can't wait to make an opinion on it. Of course, is Final Fantasy VII Dirge of Cerberus.
swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone. If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler. How can I help you?
Yeah, I personally I'm a big fan of the early days of the PS2 and the middle days of the PS2. Nearing the end, nearing the end of the PS2, I think there was a lot of things that were coming out that shouldn't have even have been games. But like the early ideas of the new games coming out, I thought were pretty good. The middle ages of the PS2, when you get into like the nitty gritty of the violent games that were coming out, Manhunt, Shadow of Rome, that kind of stuff, like that's my era of gaming right there. Some of the movie games on the PS2, I believe, are better than the movies. The Minority Report game I think is better than the movie Minority Report. There's also, I don't think it's on the PS2. I know it exists. There's a the video game version of X-Men Origins Wolverine. Way better than the movie. The Getaway is fucking awesome. I love that game. That's an underrated gem of crime. That story is amazing. Like, yeah, man, we're gonna blackmail you into going out there and making enemies of everyone so that they stop hating us. Or whatever the hell that guy's whole goal was. We're gonna kidnap your kid and make you go burn down your friend's old establishment. Dude, Getaway is awesome. When I played that game the first time, I thought that was one of the hardest games I ever played in my life. I beat it. I did a long play of it. I put it on YouTube. But yeah, the Getaway, that's an underrated game. I never played Black Monday. Is that what the sequel is called? My Steam collection is the same way. So is my PlayStation collection. It's like I have tons of shit that I've never even felt like playing. Why I bought it, I have no idea. I've heard some of the 007 games are pretty good. Well, to be fair, a lot of the PS1 games are tools of marketing. They're not actually good games. When I first started doing this, it's coming back, but right now I'm only playing the PS2 games. When I first started, I was doing PS1 games. Beat 80 PS1 games. Of those 80 games, I would say 60 of them I've never played before. Of those 60, I would say 10 of them were good. When you get outside of the first party support of the PS1 and you start getting into the third party games, holy shit, it gets bad. Yeah, I don't have the HDMI. I don't have the HDMI upscaler, but I'm running. So I play original hardware, but I don't necessarily have discs. I got like the same setup. I got a SCART cable for this thing though, so that's why if you notice the edges, there's like that weird like bounce. For some reason, if you run SCART on a PS2, you get this weird like bouncing thing on the edges of the video. It's really weird. You can notice it too, not here, but like sometimes when like the dialogue pops up, it like oscillates. There's the word. There's the word I'm looking for. I feel smart. It oscillates. What do you mean by DVR console? Yeah, when I first started this, I was running a PS3. When I moved over to the PSIO setup, trying to get a next station going, but no one can figure out how to install the damn thing. I've actually never played Killzone. Killzone's one of those angry topics for me because I rented Killzone 1 and it froze my system. It did some weird shit to my PS2 when I rented Killzone. When it comes to shooters on the PS2, when it comes to like third-person shooters on the PS2, one of the most underrated games that came out for the PS2 and underrated shooters of all time is PsyOps. Oh, you can post away. The I have a thing in my thing that says to like you can post links if you give like 15,000 points. That's just a placeholder because there was a guy who used to come in at like 3 o'clock in the morning to my stream and he would just post random crap. Oh, that's fucking awesome. What's the remote? I've never seen one of the pocket. I've never seen a pocket station in someone's possession. That's awesome. Isn't there like a chocobo racing game or something you can do with like a save file with a chocobo racing game or something with that thing? Oh shit. Now that okay, I do remember hearing about these things. Fucking beautiful. That is a nice piece of hardware. That's fucking sweet. Well, that's for showing off consoles. This is the monster that you're currently seeing the game be played on. I'm really sorry I'm holding it kind of weird. I'm just very really weird holding this thing and showing it off while it's running. I do. I've never actually seen one. I always thought those things were like a. I thought those were an urban legend. I didn't know that you could actually get those. That's awesome. When I first looked at it, I thought it was just like. I thought you were showing me the box, and I was looking for the console. Then I looked at the face of it, and I was like, "Oh shit! Like that's the console." And then like it hit me. I was like, "I remember reading about these in GamePro." So wait a minute. So the real PSX is a PS1/PS2. Awesome. Awesome. You just gave me fuel for the fire that I have been fighting because everyone gave me shit for changing my name to the PSX Reaper from Reloader, telling me that it's funny that I call myself the PSX Reaper when I'm currently only playing PS2 games. But now I have facts on my side that prove that the thing that was released as the PSX is a PS1 and PS2. And since I plan to do PS1 and PS2, I was right. Yes! I just had one of those Ace Ventura 2 moments. Ace, I would turn around if I was you. If you were me and I were you, I'd use your body to get to the top. No one can stop me. That's awesome. See, that's... So the way I justified changing my name to the PSX Reaper was that I was like, we're going to use the X like algebra, where the X can be 1 or 2. Everyone's like, that's stupid. Stop using logic and math to defy us. We're right. Only the PS1 is called the PSX. Okay, so the new PSP thing, it's weird because it's like you're talking about the thing that's like it's like a cell phone in the middle, and it's like half of a PS5 control. It's like a PS5 controller broken in half. You have the left and the right side of the PS5 controller, and then in the middle you have like the cell phone type layout thing, right? Someone gave them early access to that. Someone got early access to one of those things. And they were complaining about it. I don't remember what they were complaining about with it. Those are some badass emotes. Mm-hmm. 140.15. One of the only phone numbers I have mentally backed up. 140.96. Metal Gear Solid is my favorite game of all time. When it comes to pure storytelling and when it comes to just character development and everything, like Metal Gear Solid is the whole fucking show. Metal Gear Solid also taught me the most important life lesson. Never trust the government, even if you work for the government. Yep, the bandana or the stealth camouflage. think mashing circle in that scene is the reason why my right arm is stronger than my left arm. Why? Why couldn't I read your mind? Because you look like Marilyn Manson in a gas mask. I gotta be honest, the first time I played Metal Gear Solid 2, I was not the biggest fan of that game. And I mean, I was 11 when Metal Gear Solid 2 first came out, so that was the first time I ever played it. In 1 second. But yeah, um, yeah, same. The when I went back and played Metal Gear Solid 2 again, as like I said, I was 11 the first time I played Metal Gear Solid 2, or maybe I was 12. That game came out in 2001 or 2002. I can't remember. But anyway, whatever year it came out, um, I was either 11 or 12. I know I wasn't 13 because when I was 13, I was playing Manhunt. Um, I wasn't, I didn't get it, and then I remember being like 16, playing Metal Gear Solid 2 again because maybe it was 2005. Whenever they made Substance, I remember playing it again, and I remember just being hit like a ton of bricks and realizing, oh, Raiden is you. You're Raiden. You're the kid soldier that was taught by VR how to be like Solid Snake. That's the whole entire point of the game. That you were trained to be this way. That it's all fake. And then I played it again and I was like, wait a minute, how come I didn't pay attention to this whole entire AI uh rant that totally predicted Facebook and everything that we currently are subjected to. And yeah, I think Metal Gear Solid, like, if you were to ask younger me if I liked Metal Gear Solid 2, like, no, that game sucks. Metal Gear Solid 1 is the shit. It's way better. Nowadays, it's like, dude, Metal Gear Solid 2, that's a whole different beast. And then a lot of people love Metal Gear Solid 3. I mean, I like Metal Gear Solid 3. I think it's a great game, but it's not my game, you know. And Metal Gear Solid 4 I think is the weakest. I didn't like the whole like stage setup to Metal Gear Solid 4. Oh man, dude. You're lucky. You're lucky that you're just now finding out about Metal Gear Solid. If there's a question that comes around every now and then, and it's what game would you eternally sunshine of the spotless mind from your brain that you could play again knowing nothing about? For me, it's Metal Gear Solid. It's always Metal Gear Solid. I've never played um I never played Metal Gear 2 Snake's Revenge. I played the first one though. I can never beat that first game. No, no number dude, Metal Gear Solid 4 is not that good. Alright, so don't get me wrong. So, like, it's, once again, if you were to take Metal Gear Solid 4, if you were to remove the name Metal Gear Solid from it, and it was a standalone game, oh yeah, it's a great game. But what you're expecting from a Metal Gear Solid game, and what you are given, it's not the same. It's not the same as the other games. The Phantom Pain is way cooler than 4. A lot of people don't like Phantom Pain, but like the playability in 5 is insane. Also, a lot of people don't like Metal Gear Rising. When Metal Gear Rising has one of the best sword mechanics in any game. I've always wanted to play the original MSX version of Metal Gear because I've played the Nintendo version and that game just doesn't play fair. Also, the theme of Tara sounds like shit on the NES. I've never played any of the Budokai Tenkaichi. I don't even know if I'm saying that correctly. The funny thing about Dragon Ball is I'll tell people to their face that I don't like Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z, just so people don't talk to me about Dragon Ball Z. But I like Dragon Ball Z. I just don't like when people think that Dragon Ball Z is the end all be all anime, which it's not true. Fist of the North Star is the end all be all anime. You're in shock. It's kind of funny because they made a Arc System made a Fist of the North Star fighting game for the PS2 that is one of the most broken fighting games ever made. You can just air juggle everyone. Like certain characters, like they have no combo drop. Like Rao can like juggle someone in the corner infinitely until they're dead. There's nothing you can do about it.
Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone. If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right.
I've never played when it comes to the Metal Gear games, I never played Snake's Revenge. I never played the original version of Metal Gear. I've never played the Acid games, and I never played Peace Walker, but I played Portable Ops. I really like Portable Ops. But going back to the Dragon Ball games, I've tried many times to get into a lot of the Dragon Ball Z games. There's an insane Sega Genesis. I think it was only released in France. It's the Metal Gear Solid. Dragon Ball Z game. I think it was actually Dragon Ball GT. I don't know. I've tried playing that a million times. PS1 Addict, thank you very much for the follow. There's I've tried getting into the Xenoverse games. I think that's what they're called. Xenosaga? No, Xenosaga is something totally different. Xenoverse games. Have a good one, dude.
There are still many leagues to go.
Good talking. Always come back, and you're always welcome to come back at any time and talk about video games. And then Kakarot. I've tried playing Kakarot. Just couldn't get into it, and something about the art style of the Dragon Ball games that I just never got into. And I know I just said I've never played the Budokai games. What I mean by that is I've never sat down by myself and played them. I've played them at friends' houses. I don't remember which one it was. But I've played one of them. One of my friends was really into it. And every time I was at his house drinking, he always was like, let's play Dragon Ball Z. I'm like, alright, whatever. You can kick my ass, I guess, because you found something you can kick my ass in, because it's not Street Fighter. Go you. Racing games. The best racing game on the PS2 is either Tokyo Extreme Racer 0 or Tokyo Extreme Racer 3. Holy shit! Dr. Squatch and Sniff. He's back! He's back, everybody. If you want to play the absolute worst racing game for the PlayStation 2, play a game called Driving Emotion S. Fucking terrible. I rented that game way back in the day, and I'm not joking when I say that the first race you do, you have a Honda Civic on an oval track, and they expect you to be able to race and beat Lamborghinis. I do not understand that. I've never been able to comprehend that. I have never played Driving Emotion S ever since. But I'm a sadist. Like I'm a masochist, and I chose the PS1 and the PS2 to revisit all these games that I complain about all the time. So eventually, I'm going to have to play Driving Emotion S and beat it. Dude, well, Toka, the first Toka game is the same way for PS1. They give you the worst choices of vehicles. You either get a Honda Accord, you get an Audi something. There's a There's a couple. It's been a long time since I played Toka, and no matter what car you pick, the enemies or your rivals, opponents, whatever you want to call them, the other drivers, they drive those cars like they're fine-tuned super vehicles. Like, hate that. But what I'm getting at is people do love the Hondas. Like the Hondas, for some reason, people think they're way more capable than they truly are. I mean, look at the plot of the first Fast and the Furious movie. Michelle Rodriguez and big guy, Vin Diesel, they drive those Civics in the one scene in the movie like they're fucking Ford GTs. Like, dude, Civics are not that cool. Most Wanted. All right, so I like the Underground games. I never played Undercover, but yeah, Most Wanted. Most Wanted is one of the best racing games. I love that game. So I just climbed to the top of this mountain for no reason. I was supposed to be finding some dude for a key, I guess. I think I just went on a side journey that I wasn't even supposed to embark upon yet, but everyone's dead. I don't know, some racing games are just boring. Some of them are really cool. Um, it depends the type of racing game that you're playing. Like I like arcade racers. I'm not really one for sim games, like sim racing, unless it's Gran Turismo games.
Welcome back. I fear ye had met the same fate as Colgrim and his band. Have
Hey, thanks for stopping by, Sniper Wolf. Hope you have an excellent rest of your day. Thanks for talking about some games.
How can I help you?
I've never played the Forza games. I've heard those Forza games are sweet. I've also always wanted to play the Project Gotham racing games.
Are you looking for anything in particular? Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop.
Alright, where is this dude? And the band of mighty morphin dwarves. I wonder if I've been through this part of the map before. Oh. I guess I was not really supposed to go to the top of the mountain. Okay, I was supposed to go to the top of the mountain. There's a game on Steam called Gas Guzzlers Extreme. That's a pretty good racing game. Ooh! Rumble Racing. Rumble Racing is an amazingly good racing game. Rock and Roll Racing for the Genesis. One of the best games ever made. Not even just racing. Trackmania is pretty cool. Two of my favorite PS2 games of all time have not even been mentioned, really. There's a lot of stuff when it comes to the PS2 that I'm just keeping to myself. But we'll talk about it when we get there. I meant to pick up those arrows, but okay. Which one? My original PS2 when I was a kid, or the one that I'm currently using? When I was a kid, I got my PS2... When did Twisted Metal Black come out? Twisted Metal Black came out in what, 2001? When did Street Fighter EX3 come out? It had to have been... So it was somewhere between October 16th, 2000 and June 17th, 2001. I would say it was... So that would have put me in 5th grade. I know I had it, so I had it after Street Fighter EX3 came out. That was the first game I ever rented. I remember wanting the first game, my first game to be Twisted Metal Black, but Twisted Metal Black wasn't out yet. So it's somewhere in that span of 8 months. I would say I probably got it in the beginning of 2001. I remember it being cold out. And I remember my mom was like, oh, so like I paid for my PS2. The way I paid for my PS2 was I collected pop cans and bottles for like 2 years. And it magically showed up one day. My mom was like, oh, I was able to get this for you. And she was like, but wait for your dad to and like plug it into your TV. I remember dinner time comes around and I was like, Dad, when are you going to plug this thing into the TV? Later. I'm waiting. It's like 6 p.m. I was like, I don't give a shit. I'm doing it myself. And I remember I plugged it in, got everything going, and my mom comes in and she throws a fit. She's like, your dad was supposed to do that for you. How come you didn't wait? And I was like, because I'm capable of plugging the thing into my own TV. It's my PS2. I don't understand why I have to wait for my dad to do it. I'm also 11 years old. Or 10 and a half. My birthday is next week, so... Yeah, my mom didn't trust me with a plug. My mom's the type of mom that like thought that I had the ability to burn the house down with a microwave. She'll ruin the TV. So yeah, it's really funny that I remember clearly the day that I got that PS2 because I remember the fight, I remember the conversation, I remember the whole entire argument that happened between my parents and me over me plugging the goddamn system into the fucking TV. It's like, you guys need to chill. Like, you guys leave me home by myself and you let me cook food. I don't understand why you think I'm incapable of plugging a fucking PS2 into my TV. I mean, I was blowing on cartridges when I was 3. I wouldn't say I was servicing the thing. I couldn't even imagine the doomsday scenario, what it would look like if I were to, if I had like the Sega Genesis on my kitchen table, like, open, exposed. My parents saw that, like, what did you do? Are you making bombs? Not that kind of blowing, asshole. I couldn't imagine, like, I always hear stories of people talking about how, like, when they were kids and they'd have, like, they would just dismantle things and put them back together, and, like, how their parents were never alarmed. Like, I always heard stories about, like, people are always like, yeah, I learned how to be like this because I was just that type of person that would just take shit apart and then put it back together. I used to dismantle radios when I was a kid. Like, dude, if I were to have dismantled a radio when I was a kid, I would have had the screwdriver jammed upon my temporal lobe. My mom's also one of those people that once it's broke, and there's no fixing it. So, like, trying to explain to the woman that things can be fixed if you were to take them apart, that's just such a foreign concept to her. She thinks that when machines like in an assembly line, when they assemble something that it can only be done at the factory. OEM parts do not exist. She has that type of thinking. So, like, if I were to explain to my mom, like, oh, the console just has a loose wire, I just have to unscrew it and then we can, plug the wire in and then it works again, she would think I was lying. She would think that I'm telling a tall tale. So that's the type of person my mom is. Yeah, like my mom thinks that things are just, they're magic or some shit. Like, everything works off of magic. Even though she's a Christian, she just thinks everything works off of magic. I think it's co-op. I know the second one is. I know one of these games is co-op. I could have looked at the menu again, but I just didn't. Dave and Chris used to play this shit at Pete's house. What, did you get like a bacterial infection in your sinks? That sucks. I would much rather be playing a game that's a Diablo 2 like game than playing whatever the fuck Baldur's Gate 3 is. Trying to save your sinks from thermal viscosity and breakdown. Wasn't that Castrol GTX? The only reason I even know that fucking line is because of whatever the motor oil company is that used to have that as their tagline. It was one of the sponsors of WWF. Changing your oil is the number one prevention for stopping thermal viscosity and breakdown. What I don't like about oven cleaning is the old school, like, what are those things called? Element? Cleaning the elements sucks. And the little, like, food catcher things underneath them, fuck that shit. My old kitchen, for some reason, my old apartment, my back would hurt every time I would do the dishes. I don't know if it was like the height of the sink or how low the dishwasher was, but that shit always hurt my back. That's a Spear of Disruption +2. You know what? On days like this, at times like this, I am all for global warming. Let the world heat up. I don't care if the coasts fucking drown. I don't live on the coast. I don't give a shit. Well, what kills me about the whole entire global warming debate is the fact that they say it's all China's fault, right? But China isn't part of the entire like green wave of everything. So China's gonna keep doing what China's doing. Yeah, I'll make a call to the sun right now and tell the sun to knock it off. Maybe Ra is still there. I doubt it, but you know, there's a chance. You know, terraforming seems pretty easy if you ask me. Just go up to Mars with a whole bunch of plants that are already pre-potted and just put them into the surface, man. It's not too hard. The atmosphere will come. Just give it time. Thank you very much, Play Retro, for the follow. The thing about CO2 though, the CO2 emissions, that there's no way to stop CO2 emissions, all right? And this is just me talking because carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide, right? No matter what, there will always be a carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide issue with the planet, because when you breathe, when everything breathes, we breathe in oxygen, we exhale carbon dioxide. When carbon dioxide in mass quantities, it's lighter, so it goes up. It takes a long time to form, and then it goes up to the atmosphere. Once it hits the atmosphere on a molecular level, it breaks down to carbon monoxide, which then organically rips holes into the ozone. Really no way to stop that unless you just wipe out half of the Earth. Yeah, just drop it on Mars with some miracle grow. The atmosphere will come. Just give it time. Another thing that actually causes giant holes in the ozone that they don't take into consideration is large deposits of feces. You know what we do with our feces, with all feces? All feces ends up somewhere in a large deposit somewhere. You can tell when I'm speaking for a larf and I'm speaking for a speaking of reality, because it's the difference if I'm gonna say feces or shit. If I'm looking for laughs, I'll say shit. If I'm speaking science here, I'll use the term feces. Oh yeah. See, I think people fail to realize that the planet itself is living. It's a living being. It has... I'm not necessarily saying that the planet has a consciousness. I'm not saying that there's... It's living. What we exist on is living. At any time, if the planet doesn't like us, the planet can just wipe us out. I firmly believe that. We exist on a giant, tumultuous Venus flytrap that at any time it can just snap and bite us all. And it does, in small doses. If you're gonna put your VR headset on and ride it out, that's kind of like System Shock 2. I've only played a little bit of System Shock 2. I'm not I know BioShock is not a direct sequel to System Shock, but I'm not the biggest fan of BioShock. I played BioShock 1, it's okay. I played 2, wasn't my thing. I never played, what is it called, Infinite or whatever? And I'm not saying they're bad games, they're just not my thing. I like the ambience more than I like the... Like, I like the world. I like those... It's not necessarily underground, but I like underground type scenarios. Like, I like dungeon crawlers. I like... Being under the ocean in a city is just badass. If someone like came up to me and like, "Hey man, like, we'll let you live free at the bottom of the ocean in this city, but you're surrounded by lunatics that have lost their minds. Are you down?" Like, yeah, I'm down. I am thoroughly enjoying playing this game, too. I know I'm not really talking about it much, I just don't really have much to say, it's just... It's decent. Anything that you can play where you can have in-depth conversations about how you feel, how the world works, and cover mass topics, and easily chill and have fun, and kick back and play, and not be bored, say is a good game. Might be wrong, but it's my opinion. Also, I gotta say, I'm kind of impressed with how big these maps. Well, not maps means like the whole game. I'm impressed with how big this map right here is, without the game lagging. I honestly don't even know if I'm even going the right way in this game. I already went to the top of the mountain, and that was not where I was supposed to be, so... Rubbing your eyes in combat is interesting because the eye that you're not rubbing becomes squinty and you have no idea if you've actually defeated the enemy that you were hitting or not. I had no idea. I opened my eyes and he was down. It's like sneezing at a red light. I know someone out there has got to be screaming over the fact that I'm playing as an archer and not using my arrows the entire time. I apologize. That's just who I am. Damn Yetis. Looks like it's time for me to recall. Recaller.
Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone.
Chewbacca! What a Wookiee!
If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler. How can I help you? Are you looking for anything in particular?
Get some healing potions.
Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop. Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've used the bow for. I save my arrows for things that require distance. Most of the time it's more fun to just go in head first into the fight. It's the abominable snowman. Oh shit, more Yetis.
I found something.
I found something. Oh, that actually kind of makes me worry. Was I supposed to have been looking for remains? Searching remains? Why are there so many ostriches? Yeah, I'm looking for... I don't know. I got all sorts of crap they're trying to tell me that I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be looking for some guy with a key, but now I'm finding dwarf remains with elements of how to light the crap at the top of the mountain. I don't know what the hell I'm even supposed to be doing here. Crystallis is done. Nice. Did you enjoy the game, or is it something that take it or leave it kind of game? Alright, I'm getting more and more impressed with how insanely sprawling this fucking map is. Never ends. Dude. Yeah, I'm not really the biggest fan of having to read the manual to understand the plot of the game. Hey, some of them old manuals are cool as hell. Well, that was one of the bad things about the fucking Maximo, the Maximo Ghost of Glory, was that in order to understand what the hell you're supposed to even do at a checkpoint, you're supposed to read the manual. And the manual tells you you're supposed to stab the fucking checkpoint. Same thing with saving that game, where it's like, oh, you have to spend 200 coins to save. Like, great. I don't know why you couldn't just have that pop up on the screen to tell me, but thanks for letting me know. Bullshit, they didn't have the memory for all that jazz. Final Fantasy had all that jazz in it. Now, I'm just going around here to make sure that I didn't miss anything. Dude, I never know where to go in Final Fantasy. Even if I've played the game before, it's always just like, I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do. Alright. I'm just going to assume that I did the thing that I was supposed to come over here for. Who are you? Oh!
Stay back. By clanging it into an axis, I've still enough strength to cut you. You've come too late for that. I'm nearly done. Thrice damned ogres. Too many of them for me and me band. I don't have it. One of the others has it. We were attacked by a dragon atop the peak. An ice dragon. It froze the one holding the key in a block of ice. You'll need to light the signal fire to get to his body. Me band. Each one of my men was carrying fuel and tinder for the watchtower. Find them and get it from them. Take this flask from me. You'll need it to fuel the flames. Thank you, stranger. The hopes of me people rest on your shoulders.
I'm happy that he, chilled long enough, literally, for me to find him so he could just die right in front of my face. Awesome. Great guy. Yeah, what an inconsiderate asshole. Well, we got two of the things we need now. I think. He gave me the flask, now and I have the flint. What an insignificant. He gave me an oil flask. What the fuck? Lube. What's for dinner? am excited that I get to fight an ice dragon. That's pretty cool. Interplay in Black Isle, doesn't that equal original Fallout? I mean, old school Interplay, like, Interplay had balls. They were way ahead of the times of not giving a fuck. They were the Devolver Digital of the 90s. I saw the Devolver is making some of the kids' game now, and it's like, why? Don't sell out. We need Mother Russia Bleeds. And Mother Russia Bleeds again. And Hotline Miami 3. Yes, it was the police. It was Sting and the police. The dream police, they come to me in my head.
I found something.
So I'm confused. I have the torch and the flask. I mean, I have the torch and the flint. Could have sworn the other dude gave me the flask. Come on, Damien. Get in the flask. Alright, where was that dude? Over here. There it is. Okay. He dropped it. He could have just handed it to me, but I guess he was too weak in his dying state. What an inconsiderate asshole, once again. How dare he die, and how dare he not put that thing in my hand after we talked about it. What happened to the webcam? I mean, it's not like anyone could see anything anyway. I'm in noob Cybot mode. There we go. You know, it's kind of fitting that I call it noob Cybot mode, because when I was a kid, Sub-Zero, I thought Sub-Zero was the coolest character of all time. I think I even dressed like Sub-Zero one time, and then like kindergarten to like first grade. And I grown up. Pretty sure I've overdosed a few times on drugs. Now I'm noob Cybot. Coldest winter chill, heaven beside you, hell within. We get to fight the ice dragon. Wait. Before we go fight the ice dragon, I think that other dude's quest is now over because I found... Yeah, you.
Welcome back. I fear yet not. That news grieves me. Please.
You're of no use. You're of no help, buddy. We couldn't have just broke the ice, man. Had to melt it. I think he's dead. How dare you disturb our sleep, waking us from our ancient slumber? You will die! That dude's got nothing on the Macho Man. The Macho Man dragon from Skyrim mods. I'm so happy they didn't opportunistically include a platforming part in the Ice Mountains. Oh yeah, like, you know, the wind stage in Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero. Oh, what am I doing? I'm hearing a mix of the real wind outside and the wind inside the game. Doing something to my ears. Dude, I'm so stupid. I could have just recalled, but I'm already halfway there, so who cares? Oh yeah, this winter has been great. I don't believe that carbon monoxide emissions from cars and factories plays a detrimental, now keyword detrimental. Does it accelerate it? Probably. Detrimental? No. Acceleration of global warming. And me, living in the north, I'm all for global warming. If I have to look forward to winter being like this for the rest of my life, I'm all for it. I don't care what happens in California. I don't care what happens in Mexico. I don't care what happens in Guatemala. I don't care what happens to the rainforest. I don't care what happens to the poles. You know why? I don't live there. That's their problem. They can figure it out.
I saw the signal fire alight upon the slopes, and you have brought the key. But tell me, did any of the dwarves from the expedition survive?
There's a saying about heat. You can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen. In other words, if you're worried about global warming, move somewhere that's perpetually cold if you truly believe it. I mean, don't get me wrong, the world is heating up. Like scoring 3 baskets in NBA Jam. I believe climate change and global warming are a thing, but I don't believe that it is some sort of catalyst that man itself is creating. You know, natural cycles of the earth. The earth heats up and cools down. Happened before industry.
More deaths our enemies shall answer for. You have done enough, traveler. No need for you to risk yourself for our clan any longer. Very well, then. I'll not argue with one with fire in the eyes such as you. Simply hold the key in your left hand as you approach the gate. Then, push it into the stone door. It should melt inside, and the door will open itself.
Into the mines again. Same old trip it was last time. So I made a big mistake. Saw the ice dragon upon his peak. Yeah, I think that's a secret special ability of mine. I could turn anything into the chorus of wood. Get in my vape again. Same old trip it was last time. So my lungs made a big mistake. Same old vape it was back then. Yep. Actually, I found this vape. Insert the key of Dubathon again. Same old trip was back then. Yeah, just hitting a found vape. Floor scoring 50 trips ago. The rats are coming from my vape. I didn't know that my vape is actually SSD control. A VR mech game? It's not the like 10,000 foot robot golf game, is it? Mech Warrior 54. The game is free, but the controller is priceless. Voice machine. Wow. The master explosion goes off. I just killed a rat. Ooh.
How can I help you?
It's so nice playing an RPG where my armor doesn't get beat up the entire time and I have to go constantly back to town to go fix my armor. I have 82 healing potions.
Are you looking for anything in particular? Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop.
Oops. Why are you running? Hey Zero. You know what I think is the quintessential 90s album that everyone needs to give more respect to? "16 Stone" by Bush. No, not Blind Melon. I start to complain that there's no rain. Dude, 16 Stone is an amazing album, dude. I like that song, Doesn't anybody feel that all these killers should be killed? That all these healers should be healed? Drag my toes across the floor. Basically, if anyone has an opinion of what the quintessential 90s album is and they don't say Jane's Addiction or Nirvana, probably gonna agree. Unless you say something stupid like Tori Amos. Trust you once, my wife. Everything's in, everything's in. I don't think so. Zen. Zen. I don't think so. I never realized that Little Things is about amphetamine addiction. And when I was really bad with amphetamines, I used to listen to that song all the time. Like, it speaks to me and I don't know why. Scratch away, way, 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 it's the little things that kill. The cupboard is empty and we really need food. Summer is winter and you always knew. Spinning around two howling moons, because they're always there. That Whatever I do. Going up when coming down. Scratch away, away, away. Sounds like amphetamines to me. So, the line, I bleach the sky every night, loaded on wrong and further from right. I never realized how deep that line is, but that's about disinfecting needles and shooting up amphetamines. Now, to be fair, so everyone out there playing the home game, I never shot up speed. I never smoked it either. Sure as shit. I say that and my phone's going off. Someone's worried. Dude, that's not good. I just lost so much progress. Oh. Shazbot. I got killed. I thought Repeater came out in like '89. Also, another fair entry for the quintessential 90s album is Meantime by Helmet. Basically, everything that came out just before grunge took over and everything that came out right after grunge died. Those are the two most important eras of 90s music. And I do think that Bad Motorfinger is an important album of the 90s, but I don't think it's a quintessential 90s album. Bad Motorfinger is just an amazing metal album. I was talking to our old buddy Eric the other day. Hope you know who I'm talking about when I say that. And I was like, dude, Spoon Man should have never been played on the radio. And it should never have been... Yeah, Shoe. There we go. Yeah, our old buddy Shoe. I was like, dude, Spoon Man should have never been played on the radio and it should never have reached MTV. You know why? Spoon Man is too good for the fucking mainstream. It has a spoon solo. That actually follows the fucking tempo of the song, man. Drawing Flies is an excellent song. Sitting here like uninvited company, wallowing in my own obscenity, I share a cigarette with negativity. Sitting here like white ashes with X's in my eyes, drawing flies. But it's funny that he says that he didn't know what to write about. Which is hilarious because that chorus makes too much sense. I've experienced that. For not knowing what to write about, Chris Cornell sure as hell knew what the fuck he was saying. The first time I ever heard the song Drawing Flies, I thought he meant like literally like, you know, taking a piece of paper and he's drawing little flies on it because he doesn't know what the fuck to do. But then I was somewhere with people and I wasn't talking. I had a fly land on me and I just started laughing to myself like, wow. I'm sitting here smoking a cigarette. Sitting here like uninvited company. Drawing flies. The whole song just makes sense now. Holy Water is an awesome song. My favorite song off of Bad Motorfinger is it's between Slaves and Bulldozers and Room 1,000 Years Wide. But the reason I diverted over to Soundgarden was because their most powerful songs outside of his voice is a lot of the work that's on Louder Than Love and Screaming Life. And that's why I can't say that Bad Motorfinger is a quintessential 90s album, because they were evolving through the 80s into that sound. So to say that Bad Motorfinger is a quintessential 90s album is to forget the building blocks that built up to that point. And I just don't think that's fair to the legacy of the band. And I'll say the same thing about Alice in Chains. Dude, some of the guitar riffs on Louder Than Love are insane, man. They come out of nowhere, too, like Gun. That guitar tone on the solo on Gun does not match the rest of the song. And it comes out of fucking nowhere. Oh, we got a super spider here, guys. But then to me, when it comes to quintessential like 2000s albums, it's either Toxicity or White Pony. Yeah, the reason I say that 16 Stone is just it's a quintessential 90s album is because on surface listening, it's just a post grunge album. Then you start realizing that there's depth to the lyrics. Then you start listening to like the bass. And you start listening to like everything on that album, and it's like, dude, this could not have been created at any other time other than 1994. It would have been funny if you had someone just recording music in your basement and you just ran downstairs and played Loud Love really quick. So now some random ska band just has the Loud Love solo just in their fucking album. I didn't say you're not ska band. I said some random ska band. Offensive. I'm not offensive. That's what I just said. To say I'm not being defensive, but I'm not offensive. Bill Clinton did not have sex with that woman. Like the bass riff to song 2. I'd like to see the look on Flea's face when he heard song 2 for the first time. Like, oh, I don't have to play these insanely complicated bass lines to become a multi-platinum recording artist. Really? I didn't know Eddie Vedder was... I wouldn't take Eddie Vedder as a fan of Red Hot Chili Peppers for some reason. I would just figure that he's too politically woke to acknowledge that Red Hot Chili Peppers are a good band. Oh, I found level 2. Damn, 15,000. Carrying too much.
Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone. If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler.
I don't see what I'm carrying that is that much weight.
How can I help you?
With the mega, yeah, the mega power, yeah, mega power.
With the mega powers. How's it going, WCW? Just chilling. Doing a little killing. Game's not bad.
I found something.
I got it. Why?
Newsflash, asshole!
Oh yeah, dude, Hard Boiled is awesome. Happy you finally saw that movie. It's one of the best Hong Kong cinema events ever. You ever seen Face Off? There's I can tell you 4 other John Woo movies right now off the top of my head that also have Chow Yun-Fat in them. A Better Tomorrow, A Better Tomorrow 2, A Better Tomorrow 3, and The Killer. You know that part in the movie Jackie Brown when Samuel Jackson is talking about guns? He says the killer's got a 45, therefore everybody wants a 45. He's talking about the movie The Killer with Chow Yun-Fat. Well, Face Off, yeah, Face Off is also directed by John Woo. John Woo also directed the movie Broken Arrow. Dude, yeah. The Hong Kong and Japanese action flicks are something else. Like I was saying, like every single bullet in that movie is accounted for in Hard Boiled. I'm not sure if you noticed it when it was happening, but maybe you didn't even make it to this part of the movie. There's that hospital scene near the end of Hard Boiled, where it's Chow Yun-Fat and that other dude, and they're going side by side down that hallway. If you noticed, that is all one continuous shot. That is one continuous long shot. Camera does not pan away. There is no jump cut. That is one continuous action scene. There is no movie that exists that has a longer one-shot scene than that scene. It is one of the hardest scenes that's ever been filmed in a movie. If you notice, every time they shoot, there's a bullet hole in something. There was no trick photography in that scene. That was one continuous scene. The part that leads up to the part where it's Chow Yun-Fat and that dude just jumping through windows. Dude, that whole hospital scene is fucking insane. Now after watching it, you understand why I said it's a gun-fu movie. Oh, dude, that's one of the highest rated movies, like, on everything. IMDb has that movie at, like, a 7.8. That movie influenced Quentin Tarantino to start directing. The reason Quentin Tarantino does those long shots, or those long dialogue scenes, is because of that hospital scene. I've wanted you to watch Hard Boiled for a really, really, really long time. That movie is one of Quentin Tarantino's reasons why he's a director. I'm not sure if you noticed it, but there's that scene when they're on the boat, when the dude is shooting down and Chow Yun-Fat just like slowly like aims up and shoots that dude in the head, and that bullet goes through his fucking eye. I know what you were saying. You said I'll stick to that it's because he's a failed actor in reference to Quentin Tarantino and why he's a director. But dude, Hard Boiled, like when you really look at the cinematography, you look at the story, you look at the fact that I said like every bullet is accounted for, it's truly one of the best action movies ever made. There's a few other movies he's acted in. I like his acting in Desperado. There's a movie Rust based off of the survival game. Yeah, Pulp Fiction. My name is Paul, and that's between y'all. Well, it's funny because it fits Pulp Fiction because there's that dialogue scene in the movie. My name's Paul, and that's between y'all. Like, Hard Boiled is the reason that, like, I just get annoyed when people start talking about action movies. Dude, The Avengers is the best action movie ever! Dude, that one Transformers movie is the best action movie ever! You need to acquaint yourself with some Hong Kong cinema. Yeah. Well, I honestly never really I never really paid attention to reloading in movies and stuff until like maybe I was like 14 or 15 when everyone started, on the internet started talking about stuff like that. And then when I saw Hard Boiled, I was like, oh my god, this movie came out like 14 years ago. This is a late 80s, early 90s movie, and they set the standard of how you do shootout scenes. They set an archetype that everyone knew that they could not follow. And even John Woo knew he couldn't follow it. You watch Face Off, and they shoot like 60 bullets out of an MP5 before they even think about reloading. I don't think they even reload in that movie. There's just scenes where people shoot at each other with guns that don't have bullets in them. You're supposed to infer that they reloaded after that. If I remember correctly, I think Chow Yun-Fat did his own voice in the dub version. There's a few parts that are like goofy in the dub. But in all honesty, you don't have to know what the hell is going on in the story. Just the action sequences alone are fucking insane. I would have put the dub version on. I couldn't find the dub version. Like I said, there's a few parts that I think are terribly translated in the fact that they rush some dialogue scenes to fit phonetically of what's going on. So you'll notice it if you know that. Like there's parts where like the commander is yelling at Chow Yun-Fat and he's like, "Damn it!" And it's like you said that way faster than the guy on the original version did. But besides stuff like that, I mean, it's not. I don't remember the dub being too bad. But that movie is fucking amazing. Like it's one of the best action movies ever made. It's one of those. It's one of those rare action movies too, where there's like suspense to it. There's a suspense to the action. It's not non-stop shooting, and there's an actual story. There's suspense that builds up before each shootout. Like, and there's a lot of shootouts in that movie. It's like watching a video game. Like, first they're at the bar, and everything's fine. Like they set the prologue. Then they go to the tea bar, and then there's birds flying everywhere and shit's blown up all over the place. And you get to the cutscene, And then the next thing you know, you're in a warehouse filled with drugs and people getting shot everywhere. And it's like, okay, here's the stage, here's the cutscene. Here's the stage, here's the cutscene. And it's funny because if you're a fan of Max Payne, Max Payne is actually a homage, or I can't say the word anymore. You know the word I'm looking for. To Hard Boiled. That's why when you beat Max Payne, you unlock Hard Boiled mode. There's also a scene in Max Payne where if you don't walk through the doors and you listen to the two gangsters talking to each other, the guy says, "What's up with that Max Payne guy, man? He's like some sort of super cop." "Yeah, man, I seen that guy come through here and he just went all slow motion like one of those Hong Kong movies." Okay, an homage. An omelette du fromage. A homage. It's a nice homage. But yeah, the way that if you remember Max Payne, the game, and you watch Hard Boiled, you'll see the similarities between the two. Also, the funny thing is, when the game that came out for Hard Boiled came out, Stranglehold was the name of the game, made by Midway. It got terrible reviews, and everyone called it a Max Payne ripoff, which is so goddamn funny to me, because Stranglehold is the video game of Hard Boiled. Hard Boiled's existence is the reason that Max Payne exists. So who ripped off who? And before you ask, yes, there are slow motion bullet time scenes in Hard Boiled, which is a late 80s movie. Hong Kong cinema was so ahead of the curve, it took 10 years. 10 years for them to make... For American movies to catch up with, like, The Matrix, and for video games to catch up with, like, Max Payne. That's how far ahead in the game Hard Boiled was. Oh, wow, I just came up with a really bad joke. Yeah, Hard Boiled is a homage. Max Payne is a homage to Hard Boiled. The Final Fantasy X Lulu. But when it comes to actual dialogue of Hard Boiled, it has one of the best lines ever that I wish I would have remembered when I was playing 50 Cent Bulletproof. Give a man a gun, he becomes Superman. Give a man 2 guns, he becomes God. Yeah, there was a time in my life where I only consumed like specific content. That was the same time I watched Old Boy. Same time I watched 3 Extremes. That was when I started getting into Japanese thrash. Homage. I think homage is a way cooler way to say it. And Lulu is a homage. Yeah, if I was Waka, I'd simp to that homage too. Yeah, exactly. And then when it comes to French cinema, speaking of French whores, La Femme Nikita is an awesome movie. I wouldn't say it's amazing. Leon the Professional, though? Ooh. Oh, dude, you've never seen Leon the Professional? I forget the guy's name. If you've ever played Onimusha 3, it's the other dude you play as that's not Samanosuke. He's the main character in Leon the Professional. He's in The Fifth Element for a brief moment. I forget the guy's name. He's a big French actor. He's really only in like cult hits in America. Not Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman is fucking awesome in that movie though. Yep, Jean Reno. I always want to call him Jacques. Yep, Jean Reno. There is something kind of disturbing about the movie Leon the Professional that I would say is probably illegal to do today. Just know that Natalie Portman was probably like 12 years old when they made that movie. Yep, directed by Luc Besson. He also directed La Femme Nikita. Yep. And The Transporter. Which I like the first Transporter movie. The La Femme Nikita movie is what made the La Femme Nikita TV series. Doesn't surprise me knowing how Lucy's the movie with Scarlett Johansson, right? And she's like she's an experiment or something. She escapes. She grows up to be like a hit person, something like that. Yep, I've never seen that whole movie. I've just seen parts of it. That's how I feel about the sequels to the Transporter. Like, it's a cool concept, it just gets carried away. Like Transporter 2, I think it is, when he's on the plane flips upside down and flies into the ocean. Like, dude, you're all dead. And the part where he does that corkscrew jump and rips the bomb off the bottom of the car. Like, dude, come on, you're good, but you're not that good. Yeah, I'll be honest. I think the reason I like the Transporter 1 is compared to the other two Transporters is that girl that's in the first Transporter is really hot. I was a big fan of I still watch them from time to time too. The Crank movies.
Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop.
He was a professional Olympic diver?
Axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone.
I did not know that. Makes sense why he does his own stunts. And most of his own stunts that he does revolve around being in water.
How can I help you? Are you looking for anything in particular? Never will you
But yeah, if you're taking movie suggestions, if you like fighting movies, I've mentioned this movie before. I'm gonna mention it again. The whole movie sucks except for the last 20 minutes. Dragons Forever with Jackie Chan. That movie has one of the best fucking fight scenes ever.
If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler. How can I help you? Are you looking for anything in particular? Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop. Swords, axes,
Dragons Forever is the one where he's a lawyer and he falls in love with the girl that he's suing, or he's representing these drug lords and he doesn't realize it.
feel the need to part with your gold? You've come
And
to
they're
the
like
right place,
suing her
traveler.
for her like bookstore or some shit. They want to evict her from her land so they can
Anything in particular?
make more drugs or some shit. And
Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this
the end of the movie is Jackie Chan, Sammo Hung, the other dude,
more than enough
Johnny Yen, that girl fighting Benny the Jet, the one dude and the other dude, and then like 50 other guys. The final fight scene is between Jackie Chan and Benny the Jet.
You feel the need to
They
part
beat the shit out of each other.
come to the right place, traveler. How can I help you?
Like, there's a part that hurts my back when I see it. Benny the Jet goes to roundhouse kick Jackie Chan, and they do it like it's a fighting game too, which is hilarious because like fighting games weren't really a thing at this time. And it's like the camera is like to the side of them facing each other, and Benny the Jet goes for this roundhouse kick, like it's a super fast roundhouse kick. Jackie Chan ducks the kick. Like, he flips on his back. There's, like, this 6-inch slab of concrete that's on the ground. If you're not looking for this part of the movie, you'll miss it. Like, Jackie Chan falls to his back onto this little slab of concrete and kips up and then counter kicks. It's one of the coolest fucking things ever.
There's nothing to be gained by standing here. Let's move on.
I had to rewind that scene because it all happens within like a second and a half. Like, I had to rewind that scene. Like, am I really seeing that? Even though a lot of people think the movie sucks, one of my favorite Jackie Chan fight scenes is the end of Jackie Chan's Who Am I, when he's fighting those two dudes on top of that skyscraper. What happened to the disc? It fell down into the car paw. It's in the car paw. Go find the disc. It's in the car paw. Is it an ice factory, or is it that movie where he goes to the they do the fight inside of the car manufacturer, where like there's the heated glass room, and if they touch anything it's hot, and then they go into the cold room when they touch the shit and it's cold. I've never seen Jackie Chan fight in an ice factory, but I remember him fighting in the glass treatment rooms. I can't remember what movie that is. It's not Rumble in the Bronx. It's either Accidental Spy or No More Mr. Nice Guy. Oh! Does he take the blocks of ice and he like uses them as shields, like they're hitting him with shit, and he's putting up the he's blocking shit with the fucking giant ice slabs? I want to say that's in one of the Drunken Masters. I know what you're talking about now. Cause he's got him like tied to ropes, and he's like picking them up and he's like moving them and shit. And doesn't he like throw one and like hit a dude in the nuts with it? And then he like, yeah. I can never remember which Drunken Master is which Drunken Master, because there's the one where he gets kicked onto all the coals. Or they're not coals, they're like hot embers. And then there's the one where the end is him like he's drinking like the industrial gasoline and blowing fire at everyone. I'm gonna save again for good measure. I'm distracted by Jackie Chan. Another badass movie. I'm not the biggest fan of this dude's movies. I take that back because I'm not a fan of his American movies. So I like his Hong Kong movies more than anything else. But Jet Li, Black Mask, that movie is the shit. The Enforcer is okay. But the only American Jet Li movie I like is Kiss of the Dragon. When he breaks that dude's neck listening to Lap Dance by NERD, that is the most 2000s shit that could happen. Yeah, I've been waiting for that storm. Yeah, Kiss of the Dragon is awesome. Also, what's her name is very, very attractive in that movie. Fonda. I almost said Patricia Arquette, which that's not the right blonde. Not Jane Fonda. Hell is her Bridget Fonda. Which, off the top of my head, I can only name two movies that Bridget Fonda is even in: Kiss of the Dragon and Jackie Brown. Yeah, dude, it's the early 70s. It's Kiss of the Beaver Bush Dragon. Why'd you kill Melanie? Man, you killed my little surfer girl. You wouldn't shut up. I told her to stop. She just kept pushing me. Well, if you say it had to be done, it had to be done. Dude, the part that cracks me up a lot in Escape from LA is when Peter Fonda shows up as a surfer guy. Okay, I'm going to answer both of these questions. You're talking about Sam Jackson, right? WCW. What do I think his best movie is? So we have to break that down into a few subsects here. Are you looking for what do I think? What is the most Sam Jackson movie he ever did? What is the best movie where he was a supporting actor? Or what is the best movie he ever did as, like, a serious role? I have an answer for all three of those. When it comes to Sam Jackson being Sam Jackson, it's Formula 51. When it comes to Sam Jackson being a supporting actor, it's Die Hard 3. When it comes to the best actual acting from Samuel Jackson, it's The Negotiator. The Negotiator is one of the best fucking movies ever made. Anything that can tie in police corruption to a government level, and the 90s was just excellent at that for some reason, I'm sold. And that movie does corruption and espionage so fucking well. It's so real. Like, The Negotiator is exactly how that would happen. That's why The Negotiator is a badass movie. Now, Death Proof I've actually never seen. Dude, you would like The Negotiator, man. That's a badass movie. It's also got Kevin Spacey in it. Good thing I saved. There's a hole there. Yeah, isn't it about Snake Plissken just like losing his marbles and creating a car that's death proof and just going around and fucking with people in it? By people, I mean Rosario Dawson and whoever the fuck else is in that car. Did I say Formula 51? That is the name of that movie, right? Formula 51, or is it Formula 52? Formula 51, I just think that's a movie that doesn't get enough love of Samuel Jackson's. The reason I had to throw that in there. Sam Jackson did a lot of, like, really good movies in the 90s that people just look beyond. There's that one movie, it might have been early 2000s, with Ben Affleck and Ben Affleck and Sam Jackson, where they get into a crash and then it turns into a game of cat and mouse where Sam Jackson's just fucking with Ben Affleck for the rest of the movie. Then they become friends somehow. I don't know. That movie's weird, but what is it called? 187? 187 is a good movie too. Sam Jackson is an inner city teacher that's fed up with his students' bullshit, so he's just gonna start capping their asses. It's funny to me that when 187 came out, it was such it was viewed as such a this would never happen type movie. That like there will never be a teacher that is fed up with the violence in a school that they would want to come to school armed and take revenge on these terrible students that are delinquents that come to school with guns and sell drugs. Look at the headlines. Oh, it was called the 51st State. I didn't know that. I said it before and I'll say it again. When it comes to Tarantino, people don't like my pick of Tarantino movies, but I think the best straight up Tarantino movie is Jackie Brown. Jackie Brown is a badass movie. It's got great acting, has a very believable story, and even though people die, it's not over the top violent like other Tarantino movies. Now, when it comes to movies that he just wrote, True Romance also got Gary Oldman in it. Jackie Brown is one of the few Tarantino movies that when watching it, you forget that you're actually watching a Tarantino movie. Okay, so his last few movies, Django Unchained, I have not seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood still, but I've seen Hateful Eight. They were one and dones for me. Like, I can watch Pulp Fiction anytime. I can watch Reservoir Dogs anytime. Jackie Brown anytime. I can watch From Dusk Till Dawn anytime. Desperado anytime. Yes, I understand that that's not necessarily his movie. I can watch, even though he hates the fact that his name is attached to it, I can watch Natural Born Killers anytime. Something about Django Unchained and The Hateful Eight are just not rewatchable movies to me. But I liked watching them the time I did. That's interesting that he got Brad Pitt because the only movie that Brad Pitt was in of his was one that he just wrote, which is True Romance, and Brad Pitt's the funniest part of that fucking movie. So the funny thing, I do alright. So I know I talk about violent things a lot, but a movie doesn't have to be violent for me to like it. it can be very dialogue heavy. It can be very like very dense in dialogue. Oh shit, I forgot about Inglourious Bastards. Good point. I forget that movie exists all the time. I've only watched that movie once too. But for Kill Bill, I prefer the first Kill Bill movie to the second. I don't think everyone meshed well in the second movie. David Carradine is the most charismatic of everyone in that movie, and he's only in the movie for like 20 minutes. And the dialogue between Uma Thurman and Carradine is excellent. Dialogue between Michael Madsen and Daryl Hannah, not that good. Dialogue between Daryl Hannah and Uma Thurman, not that good. I think that if they were to have flipped it to where if Daryl Hannah's character was the one that had the crazy 88 and you replace her with Lucy Liu, where Lucy Liu and Uma Thurman would have had the showdown and it would have been them two talking, and you would have took Michael Madsen and put him in the first movie as well, replace out Vivica A. Fox. What I'm getting at is if it was just a fight scene between the bride and Michael Madsen, and then it was a fight scene between Uma Thurman and the bride and Daryl Hannah. Daryl Hannah had a gang. I think that would have flowed better because I think the dialogue was way better between everyone in the first movie than everyone in the second movie. You still keep David Carradine for the very end, but I just think that the movie flows better that way. And I'm not saying that it has to be changed, because I can still just sit down and watch the first movie.
Let's move on.
I just found the second movie to be boring. It was like, you know how Hong Kong and karate flicks have those boring makeshift stories that are thrown in there? So it's like when you go to the bar and the bar sells chips just so they can establish that they sell things other than alcohol. That's what I felt that the second movie was. It was all the filler scenes that you didn't need, you didn't want to see. You wanted an over-the-top action flick, and you were given this dialogue-heavy bullshit. And it was a whole bunch of people that don't like working together. Like Uma Thurman and Daryl Hannah hate each other. I can't remember why. You're talking about the scene where Uma Thurman just shows up at her house and they just start fighting in the kitchen? Where she's hiding the fact that she's an assassin from her daughter? Yeah, that scene's awesome. For that being how the movie starts, it's just like, how does it go downhill from here? Well, I mean, how does it go downhill into the second movie? The fight scene where she's killing everybody at that bar is awesome. And then, I'm not comparing this shootout scene to Hard Boiled by any means, because there's no comparing shootout scenes in movies to Hard Boiled, except maybe Heat. But One of the best shootout scenes in a movie, I already said bar, I just have to say it for conversation's sake, is the Desperado scene where Antonio Banderas shows up at Cheech's bar. That shootout is awesome. We don't have to do this. You can go. But if you stay... Just like the way it starts when Cheech is behind the bar and that big guy's walking away, and they're like, "It's him!" And the fucking guitar is opening up with all the guns in it. Yes, it's me, okay? But I'm not against you guys. See, I just came because I'm looking for a man. And then Cheech is like, "Montello." Dude turns around and fucking Antonio Banderas just pops those 240 Smith & Wessons out of his sleeve. Not yet. Like, that's how you do a shootout scene. I mean, El Mariachi's good too, but I just... Desperado. Jesus Christ. I don't think that, Once Upon a Time in Mexico lived up to the legend of Desperado. Also, Desperado's got Selma Hayek boobs in it. Oh, shit. That takes me down another avenue. Another badass, underrated action movie that came out in, like, the last, like, maybe 10 years. No one's ever seen is this movie called Everly with Selma Hayek. Everly is a badass movie. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying about Kill Bill too. It was watered down. It was watered down. The action was watered down. The production was watered down. It was like Tarantino like didn't want to even make that movie. It's really funny that I sit here and I know in my mind I know I've watched a lot of movies, but until the topic comes up, like I don't really, I can never think of movies and shit until I start talking about them. I've watched a lot of wrestling, seen a lot of movies, listened to a lot of music, and I've played a lot of video games. still... Oh, shit. I just looked outside. It gonna rain. It still freaks me out that the guy who directed Desperado is the same guy that directed Spy Kids. The fuck, man. Friend of mine one time. First off, before I even go down this avenue, I have to explain what the hell just happened in my head, why this even became an iota of a thought. The opening riff of Big Empty just played in my head. The Stone Temple Pilots song. There's a movie with Jon Favreau and Rachel Lee Cook called The Big Empty that a friend of mine told me to watch. That's an interesting movie. I know I've talked about this movie before, but another badass movie is City of God. I never watched the sequels. I never wanted to. It's because City of God is that good. I was not expecting how that movie ended. And I was legitimately pissed when Benny got killed. I think that was his name. It's like Lord of the Flies in real life. It really happened. Documented, man. Oh fuck, man! I thought he died. That's why I stopped healing myself. Mistake number one. I am backhanded that motherfucker. after all that, I don't even get the experience because that piece of shit skeleton threw a fucking green thing at him. Some green baby poop. The Gerber special. Another, like, stupid but kind of cool gangster movie. It kind of is the same thing as City of God, except that it's like a C-level movie. It's not even a B-level movie. It's a movie called Shadas. It's got Damian Marley in it. I think it's Damian Marley. Oh wait, it's the other Marley, the younger Marley. Got Wyclef in it. One of the Marleys. I forget who else is in that movie. I think Birdman is in that movie for some reason. It's kind of funny because it's like, it's very accurate. For being an over-the-top stupid movie, it's like very accurate to what happens in real life. It's all about the Jamaican takeover of the Miami drug game.
Are you looking for anything in particular?
Out in the streets, they call it murder. Welcome to Jamrock. Ooh, I actually got a new helmet that actually is pretty decent. More snow than cool runnings. Hell yeah. Man, I have seen cool runnings in a minute.
If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler.
Just as I anticipated, this rain, this like wind, this storm, whatever the hell you want to say, it's coming in from the northeast. Oh god, I hate sounding smart. So if anyone out there is from the southern Illinois area, Indiana area, West Ohio area, be warned. You may have a tornado tonight because this storm is coming in from Canada, which means the storm is going against the normal winds. The normal winds blow in from the west. These are cold winds on a heat front. That's how you get a tornado. So don't be surprised if you hear something tomorrow about a tornado ripping through some trailer park, because it's building. Like, I can sense the stillness. Like, it's brewing. This is a brewing storm. It also absorbed it absorbed all of the humidity throughout the day with the heat. So this thing has just been gathering power like all day. This is going to be a pretty wicked storm. Because it was windy throughout the entire day, and now there's just this stillness and a breeze. An orgy of silence, a conspiracy of peace. Holy shit, Traz, what is up, man? What you doing, dude? Dude, this is the first time I've ever played any of the Baldur's Gate games. I gotta say, this is a badass game. You know why? There's no fucking birds. Damn. 13-hour shift. Yeah, I've been taking my sweet ass time with this game because it's laid back and been talking about all sorts of crazy shit the entire time I've been streaming. Waiting for this storm to come through because we're about to get some insane guys are gonna light up tonight. I like these games that I can just chill. Like, it's not entirely chill because I do feel that there is a level of there's a definite level of difficulty presented in this game. But it's that perfect level of difficulty where you don't have to entirely focus on it. You can just play like perfect. For like an early 2000s PS2 game, like, great. They don't do that too often in this era. I haven't had the chance to say it, but in the time I was gone, man, you got partnered and awesome, dude. Congrats on the partner, man. I think it's funny that these dudes think they're straight out of Golden Axe. Like, was that a thing in like medieval like times? People just ride giant lizards into battle with battle axes. 60-hour work weeks. Oh man, the last time I was doing 60s, I was working at Amazon. 60s are rough. You're gonna give me the name of a good gum and hair, man? You can just chew the gum out. Yeah, my last job. I was working at a food warehouse, and they were giving out overtime, but I was just like, dude, most I'm doing is 48 hours. Yeah, like the first like When I first started working at the place, there was no overtime. They were watching everyone's hours like a hawk. My last 3 months of being there, like, why aren't people doing overtime? Like, you didn't tell us that we had unlimited overtime, asshole. Yeah, when I was working at Amazon though, my facility was always understaffed, so there was overtime, like not mandatory overtime, but there was just voluntary overtime like every week. And I was like, yeah, I'll do that. It was funny because I was already working like 60s, volunteering to do 60s when peak season came, which was like mandatory 53 hours. Like, yeah, this is so hard, guys. Have you tried a Baltic squid? I was so hungry I even ate the plastic shrimp. Alrighty, so I don't feel like dealing with this enemy's bullshit. Do it from distance. I like how he sues. He sues and wins. 'Tis no man, 'tis a remorseless eating machine. Mrs. Simpson, how did you spend the rest of the night? We went home right afterwards. Mrs. Simpson, let me remind you that you are under oath. We drove around for the next 3 hours trying to find another all-you-can-eat fish place. What episode is that? It's a felony to lie to the FBI. They're sitting in Barney's car eating packets of mustard. Yeah, I like the episode where they do the tour of the they do the tour of the Duff Brewery, and Homer's like, the guy's like, yeah, we have great things coming in the future, and Homer's like what? You know, we have ideas. Like, what kind of ideas? We don't have any ideas. Are you happy? No. Cheese at the fence. Isn't there another episode where Mo has like a whole bunch of like endangered pandas in a crate? They're onto us. Let them go. I like to think that the reason that Mo has this overabundance of animals is because of the beer baron episode where he was selling all the crazy pets. What kind of pet store has a whole bunch of crazy crazy loud jazz music coming out of this hour? The best damn pet shop in town.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Honey, I am home. Oh wait, I am not married.
Why is she inferring the I am on the I'ms biddies? Thanks. Not bad, Stefano. You typed in I'm, right? She was saying I am. Oh, because she wasn't reading. She was saying literally I am, as in the letters I am, because you didn't put the apostrophe on there. Interesting. I was hearing honey, I am home. Oh wait, I am not married. But she was saying I am, like, as the letters. Weird how that phonetically works. Bart, people our age don't eat candy, but I can make you some cookies. See, Bar likes to...
Surprise, motherfucker!
I am woman, I'm not real. Just a voice. Sad.
Thank you, Bad Stefano, for the existential crisis biddies. Bar likes to make lemonade. Too sweet for my taste. Not my forte. Dude, that scene has driven forte into my repertoire of words. And people be like, hey man, can you do this? Like, no, it's not my forte. And people look at me puzzled, like you're not holding a 40 of malt liquor. Why are you telling me that it's not your 40?
Surprise, motherfucker!
Ideographic period.
What? 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 What just happened? Did you break the pot, man? What just happened? Thank you for the what biddies. What? Ideographic period. Bro. What? just happened, man?
Surprise, motherfucker!
Anata wa watashi no kazoku no mio o kazutsu katanode. Shin kudasai.
Oh! Idiographic period. I got you. What the fuck does that mean? Wow. I just got an email for the Monster Jam, and I read that as Pearl Jam, and my excitement significantly sank through the floor as I was like, I don't care about Monster Jam. I wish those were for Pearl Jam tickets. You've dishonored my family. Die. Alien dude. Need free tickets to Pearl Jam. I remember when I remember we tested it that one night when we were doing, we got her to say, Psycho Crusher with the Japanese, word.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Psycho Karasha.
Well, it worked that time. I heard it. You heard it. Idiographic period. Thank you very much for the Psycho Crusher biddies. Which I'm not sure if you were here for the climax of Alpha Anthology's Alpha 3. But I didn't know that, okay, so in Alpha 3 in the arcade version, because the game is ported from the arcade version, you have to do a fight with Junie and Julie to where they're a tag team kicking your ass at the same time. You beat them, then you fight Bison. If you lose to Bison, you can't continue. The game ends. You have to beat Bison and his cracked ass full screen Psycho Crusher in one go. Well, you get an ending that you get an ending if you lose. So I'm not sure if it was exclusive to Cammy's playthrough. That's who I played Alpha 3 as, was Cammy. I'm not sure if that's like specifically her ending, because he's trying to, I don't know, he says some crazy shit to Cammy, and then like if you lose, it just shows Cammy in like a hyperbolic time chamber being like tortured and being reprogrammed to be a doll. If you lose, I'm not joking. Like I was like, it's an ending. I'm taking it. Never seen it before, and this is what we're going with. I mean, we're gonna have to play Alpha 3 again anyway, and Alpha 2. And Alpha 2 Gold, and Alpha 1. Ain't bad. I like this game. It's not the fact that you need to proofread them. You need to stop speaking in languages you don't understand. Ideographic period. It's alright. WCW was sending me voice to text messages from his phone that were like halfway written. I understood what those were saying. I'm pretty sure I got you covered. I totally missed what he said earlier. Even flow.
How can I help you?
Got to disappear to aliens. Oh, anal probe.
Are you looking for anything in particular? Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop. Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone.
Gotta be honest with you, I do not know what ideographic means off the top of my head. I don't understand why this game is so generous with its save point. I'm not complaining because I've definitely played games recently that have save points and checkpoints that are way too spaced out. I'll read that in 1 second after I'm not dying. Something that uses a symbol in place of a word. I wonder if one of the symbols, like one of the... Because there's like copywritten kanji, and I wonder if it didn't have a translation for it, so it said ideographic. As in like, the symbol represents a word, but we don't know what word it is. When you left earlier, I was joking around with Sharpie. I was like, so it's a failsafe that like when Stefano gets bored at work, he just comes in here, so he knows that when I say fuck, it will curse him to have customers walk through the door at the exact time. So anytime Stefano comes in, I just have to say fuck, and then his day gets busy. 2 hours of work when you get home? What are you doing? Like, re-shelving shit? Weren't you, like, making new shelves or some shit not too long ago? Box of work. That doesn't sound fun. Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of, because I remember you talking about shelves. Who the hell is this guy? Don't tell me that I missed a key somewhere. You know, I hate to tell you guys, but you know, it's so much easier on my eyes to not do it. I don't think I'm bringing back the green screen anytime soon. I also have a big announcement.
So, you are the one who has come to die. You will pay dearly for the deaths you have caused here today.
I have a big announcement for everyone once we get the PS1 rolling. No, I'm not getting married. I can have a girlfriend. Been single for 2 years. It's been nice. Yeah, I'm getting married to the PS1. I bought my PS1 a disc. I'm going to wrap it around its finger. If it says no, it's getting chucked out of the fucking window. No, I'm just gonna tell you guys what's going on, so you guys can think about it for a while. Need everyone to tally up how many times they subbed to the channel. Yeah, I don't like thinking either. Follow me on this. Well, I mean, I can see how many times if you're not currently subscribed, you've subscribed 36 times. Then I have to subtract your new subscriptions off everything that's been redeemed for the PS2POCALYPSE. You can tell where I'm going with this, I think. Every subscription that's ever come through this channel from the time it started until now, since I've lost all the I lost every single game that was waiting in purgatory to be played for the wheels. Every subscription that you've ever given. Now, I can't tally gift subs. So, gift subs are off the table on this. But you're getting comped for every time you ever subscribe to this channel. You get to throw a game on whichever list you want, the PSX Slayer or the PS2POCALYPSE. But we'll get to that when we get to it. Like I said, just wait for the PlayStation to get here. And yes, I'm stalling on Shiva. Like, man, if this girl has more armor stats than I do, I'm gonna be pissed off.
My attack? You presume much. The dwarven mines were to be ours, but we care nothing for the Sunset Mountains or your filthy surface cities. Those have been promised to others, and they may have them.
Oh, no. You still have 26. You still have 2600 bits. I changed it from overall to monthly. And I honestly did it because I knew you'd say something. I knew eventually you were gonna say something. I did it to fuck with you. I was waiting. So yeah. I'm gonna put it back the way it was. I knew you were gonna say something eventually.
Surprise, motherfucker!
I was Twitch robbed.
Yep, I retroactively went through and I told Twitch to get rid of all of your donations. You don't exist, biddies. You've been phased out. Nah, I'm gonna switch it back to the other way. I like it. I like it more the other way. I was just curious. I was just messing with stuff. I was messing with stuff the other day, and then when I did that, I was like, I know Stefano's gonna say something. I will leave it like this for a little bit. I think I did that. I think I did it at the end of Red Dead Redemption.
Can it be that you've come all this way without knowing your enemy? Then it is ignorance that has made you brave.
Wait a minute. You think you need to proofread your comments, Stefano. Read what the dialogue option is for that. That doesn't make any sense. I said enough of your words. Dude, you mean heard? Well, they're two totally different senses. I said enough. I'm tired of listening to music. I've said enough. Oh man, this has been a great stream. Thank you everyone for hanging out on this. Hope everyone's having a good night. Watch out for tornadoes.
You will soon choke on your own screams, intruder. And then I shall offer up your body to Lolth.
Lolth? Lolth? Who the fuck is Lolth? Hey, you guys! LOL on this. Everything in this game is just a ripoff of something. Like, I swear, her name's Elvira. Man, I still gotta play that Tekken 8. Oh no, she's throwing out the golden axe skells at me. Maybe I'm stupid or something, but when it comes to RPGs, I don't really read the stats to see if something is of more value than what I currently have equipped. I just go off of how much money it's worth. If it's worth more money than what I currently have equipped, it's a better weapon. And I know that's like stupid to think, because I know like most like legendary weapons in RPGs have like, you know, they're usually like priceless. Like Final Fantasy X, all the legendary weapons don't even have a price value to them, so you don't sell them. Yeah, 1 gil. I found something. Damn! Talk about a talk about a sore loser. Yeah, that's nice. We're gonna go with that. And she's talking about slothing and shit. Oh hey, spoiler alert for anyone out there who's been guarding their brains and ears for years. Just like to have a friendly reminder for everyone out there. Earth dies.
Who are you? I am Brogan. Tell me, are you of the Harpers? I was their eyes in the Sunset Mountains. There was something stirring within the mountains.
Wayne, would you like for me to put the guitar back in its case? Not today, my good man. Not today. Do you take cash or do you take cash?
I know little, but the fact that Dark Elves are working with them is a cause for worry. Whatever leads this army, it must be powerful to have such troops as allies. Though I know not why, they care nothing for the gnolls and ogres.
Do 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 do.
A gate. I heard the drow speak of a gate, but it led to the marsh of Chilimber, not Baldur's Gate. I had been searching for the source of the troubles in the region when the drow struck the mines. If my hunch proves true, then the gate to the marsh may lie within an ice cave within the mountains.
Someone tried saying that if they were going to make Final Fantasy VIII remastered, that it won't be out until 2040. No, it won't. They won't put as much love into Final Fantasy VIII as they have for Final Fantasy VII. So I guarantee you, it'll be a 3-year development game that would be released under one disc. No one cares about Final Fantasy VIII. There's like 5 of us.
I will mark it on your map. If the... I fear you. I thank you again, friend. I will mark it on your map. Finding your way to it may prove to be a trick, but you should be able to reach the cave from the mining camp. The cave itself is sealed with a great sheet of ice. Though if the...
If ye feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler. How can I help you?
I can't do that.
Give me the money. You what, mate? Oh, wait, what? You're dead. Here, little fucker. This map is huge. What? Oh, I came through here. That's that. I birthed this massacre. We got a strong one. Back here, you slippery fuck. Suck broadsword. Cha-ching.
I'm carrying too much. I'm carrying too much.
Well then, let's go sell some shit.
Are you looking for anything in particular? Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop. Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone. If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler. How can I help you? Are you looking for anything in particular?
Hey, you guys. Oh, they don't spin on the screen. I wonder if I'm crazy enough to continue streaming on through the night until my orientation takes place. I'm not gonna be able to sleep anyway. I wouldn't say it's excitement, it's the same thing that happens on every important day. I'm just worried that I'm going to sleep through it. This was picked by Cosmic Jerk. And yes, leisurely. This game is fucking awesome. This is like it's been a while since we've all been on the same page. No, it's not Life Insurance 101. It's not. That's like my first day of work. It's expectations and if I want the job or not. And me signing that I want the job. Oh yeah, you haven't been around the past couple streams. Yeah, I make fun of the 101 week, yeah. Fucking mortgage 101 bullshit. So, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, I'd say. I applied to all sorts of shit. Got a text message from some guy that was like, "Hey man, I saw your application or you saw your resume on Indeed. You want to check out the Zoom meeting? It's an interview. Blah 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 blah." I'm like, I don't even know what the hell this dude even wants me to try to even come in for. Go to the Zoom meeting, and garbage day. Go to the Zoom interview thing, and they're like, "Yeah, well, we're hiring people to teach them everything about life insurance. You have to get licensed, though." I was like, "License? That can't be that bad. Can't be that hard." Oh boy. Let me tell you about state licensing exams. They're fucking hard. Had to do 20 years. Had to do 20 hours of Bring Out Your Dead. I had to do 20 hours of Bring Out Your Dead. I had to do a 20-hour course about life insurance and then take a state exam of 110 questions. And I passed the exam, passed the course, applied for my license. Waiting back on hearing for that. Then I got to I got my orientation for it tomorrow. My official start date is March 11th, which is awesome that it's 3/11 day. Whoa! Selling life insurance is your energy. Whoa! But yeah, Ve Victus. Because unemployment never came through. All sorts of shit. all been just rejection after rejection after rejection with these employers. And it's interesting that someone reached out to me and they're like, hey, like, definitely can sell life insurance if you used to work at a fucking mortgage place. I was like, well, someone's got faith in me. Yeah, that's kind of what I was up to. What I was missing from stream out of nowhere. It's because I was taking my course. And doing my exam. The last game you were here for was Red Dead Revolver, right?
Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone. If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler. How can I help you?
It's strange. Like, for the past, like, 3 years, I would say my memory has just been shit. No, I could not use ChatGPT because with state proctored exams, they actually make you log into a private browser, and you have to close every single thing on your it closes every single application that is open on your computer. Every program, everything gets closed. You're on a webcam where they know if you look up anything on your phone. They have your access to your microphone, where they know if you have someone in the room giving you answers. So no, you couldn't do anything like that. I honestly, passing that exam is one of the greatest feats of my life. Like, that was one of the hardest things I've ever passed in my life.
You've come to the right place, traveler.
It was harder than a hair follicle test. I failed that. But yeah, like I said, like, I haven't really been all there in the past, like, 3 years. Like, ever since everything started going to shit. Like, I started, like, just losing focus, and, like, I would notice, like, I would try to talk, and I would just be like, dude, like, the words I'm saying don't even make sense to me. Why am I talking like this? Like, why is this happening? And then yeah, placing in Toka. Put that on my resume. What do you mean I'm not a good applicant? I beat Road Rash in 3 24-hour streams, and I beat Toka Championship Racing. I have dedication and loyalty, goddammit. But, after passing that exam, kind of this whole year, coming back and doing streaming, and you guys can probably hear it from from the time I came back until now. And then, like, finding worth in a job, like, my brain is back, and I'm sober. It's been a long time since I've been able to say that, like, I have this wit, and I have these sharp mental reflexes being sober. The only thing I've really done in the past, like, year is smoke a little bit of weed and drink. Which I'm starting to see the end of drinking. It's just not fun to me anymore. I don't really have any drinking partners, I guess. I guess that's probably why I don't really care about drinking. Nobody can hang with the dog. So now it's just like, I don't even care about drinking. I'm not trying to be a helicopter pilot yet. The interesting thing about drinking, like weaning myself off of drinking heavily, and when I stopped smoking weed, is I used to have dreams about smoking. I know everyone who's ever smoked has had this dream. Anyone who's had to stop smoking to get a job has had this dream where you've gone so long without smoking, and you're just like, dude, I need a job so I can go back and smoke some weed. You go to sleep, you have a dream, and in your dream you smoke weed, and you wake up, and you're like, what did I do? Why did I do that? You're looking around like, where is it? And you're like, oh, dude, that was just a dream. I didn't smoke. I'm good. Shit used to happen to me all the time when I first stopped smoking. I've never had that. I mean, I guess you don't have to be not drinking to pass a drug test, so it's not really the same. But like, I just don't. I don't look forward to drinking anymore. I used to be like, one day when I was going through shit, that was like the only thing that was getting me through. I was like, yeah, I get to drink tonight. Don't give a fuck. I'm gonna get wasted and forget that this week happened. Fill me in on the cliff notes. Dude, it's a trip. It's a trip when that shit happens. Like, the funny thing about smoking, like, I used to be a heavy smoker. I have what you call an addictive personality, alright? I used to be a really heavy smoker. And I can say that I don't smoke cigarettes anymore after I smoke, like, a cigarette a month. Like, I don't smoke cigarettes. It's like, me smoking one cigarette is like nothing. I don't have a craving to go back to it. Every now and then I get a craving to smoke one, but after smoking one, I don't sit there and go, I gotta go buy a pack or anything like that. So, I mean, I know I vape, alright, but I don't feel as shitty the next day after vaping. Like, after years of smoking, like, that shit caught up to me. Like, it was bad. Like, I have coughed a couple times waking up after like heavy smoking, and then just like blood all over my hands. I don't know if it was from smoking or not, but ever since I stopped smoking, that shit stopped. So I guess it is smoking. Cause like I quit for a while, then I quit for like 3 months, and then I got like anxious, and I got like angry, and I was like, dude, I just need a pack of smokes. Started smoking like 1.5 packs a night again after quitting for 3 months. I would just cough. I'd wake up coughing, feel that gnarly just chunk of goo feeling in your throat, and cough. Oh yeah, I've coughed up some insane hairballs of blood, phlegm, all sorts of shit. I remember when I quit putting shit up my nose, a year later, I felt something like in my chest. Like I was like wheezing. And I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, I don't do anything that can cause wheezing anymore. I remember I woke up the next day after like, it was like a week. I felt something in my chest. I remember laying in bed. I was like, I sneezed and I felt it move. I just started coughing. My body was like, this thing has to go. I remember this big old ball of just like phlegm and white chunks and just gnarliness. Blood came out. I'm just looking. It was like a quarter of a golf ball chilling in my hand, and I was like, yeah, it's time to quit. That was before COVID happened. Before the pandemic. That was like 2019, 2018 that shit happened. Dude. I can't live this life no more. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that weird feeling of just staring at this ball, this dense ball of just goop, and just looking at that like, dude, time to hang up the boots, man. You're alive. You've been to some shady places, put some weird shit in your body. Most people don't have this realization that it's time to quit. You know, when your body and your mind are both agreeing at the same time that it's time to quit, probably fucking listen. When your body's ready, means you're not gonna get what's the term? What is it when your body craves something? When your body is addicted to something? Physical withdrawal. You don't get as much physical withdrawal when your body is telling you, like, dude, fucking stop. And so that was like the end of my like hard drug days right there. And then like I remember the same shit happening when I like from smoking, and I was just like, I know I can't just quit cold turkey. Like, it's time to start just grabbing vapes and living on the vape, because smoking cigarettes is gonna fucking kill me. Yeah, like I said, I can breathe a lot better now. Like, you can hear it. Like, you guys remember my old streams? I was always coughing, always short of breath. When I would laugh, it would always turn into coughs. Like, it doesn't happen anymore. Like, I've been very clean and very sober. I wouldn't say a very long time, but a long time. I will say, though, the hardest part of quitting everything, you get these weird memories that you can't tell if they happened or not. Like, I'm still, like, I'm a lot better with it now. Like, it seems to finally be going away. But, like, trying to place some of these nights, trying to place some of the shit that happened, it's like, am I remembering stories someone told me? Am I remembering dreams? Because there's no fucking way half of the shit that I'm remembering happened. There's no way. And my mind was just trying to convince me, like, no, it happened. No, it did not happen. I don't think 24 beers in a week is bad. Well, like, I'm, like, now, like, the biggest thing is, like, I binge drink. Like, when I go out and I'm gonna go drink, I drink. I've been pretty good with it, like, the last couple times, though. I've just kind of stuck to beer and, like, I haven't felt like total ass in the morning. But like, dude, when I was working at that mortgage place, there was nights like I would just get f***ed. I'd be coming into work the next day and I'd like burp or something. Smell my breath after brushing my teeth. I'd be like, great rubbing alcohol. Like I'm still drunk. Yeah, but like nowadays I don't even care. Like, well, I mean, I care. I think I actually care more about my life than ever before right now. Weird. I used to not really give a shit if I died or not. Like, that was the weird thing about having COVID and almost dying. Out of everything, it was this weird feeling of like, dude, you had the cards stacked against you. Like you have a weakened immune system from smoking. You have a weakened immune system from always being drunk. You had COVID. Your blood oxygen level dropped down to 67%. Your heart almost stopped. You pretty much died. And for some reason, you're still here. Why? Why the fuck am I still here? What the fuck is so special about me? Some weird feeling to that. It's like, am I just conditioned to where I'm just too stubborn to die? Which is a high possibility. Or is it that there actually is some worth to my life? I don't know. I've been struggling trying to figure that one out for 3 years. I mean, in all honesty, like, for a long time. And it's not even drugs saying this. Yeah, can I get that COVID in a to-go cup? Preferably a sippy cup, so I can take it in portions. But for the longest time, like, I wasn't happy. I mean, I've never truly been happy. I work my ass off, and I spend more time working than doing anything. I really look at my whole life, like from the time I dropped out of college until now, like I've just had a job. I've always just focused myself on working and doing, you know, what managers expect me to do and shit. And that's why it's just a strange feeling, I guess, where it's like to me, I am just another person. There's nothing unique about me. Just a person. Like, yeah, I know about weird shit, I guess. I'm mildly entertaining. I mean, there's people better than me out there. That's why it's just weird. It's like, what happened? Like, why? After getting the cards stacked against me to where I had this giant realization that I was dying. Why? Why am I here? What's the purpose? What's the point? I'm trying to piece that together for a very long time. But I jumped topics there. It's hard to talk about this. What I was saying is, what was my point? I lost it. Oh, I've never been happy. Like, I don't know. With my new sober focus and, I don't know, feel a little bit different about shit. Like, I don't really want to die. Funny, because I've convinced myself for years that I wanted to die, and then I almost died. And just having a mental conversation with myself, it's like, yeah, do you really want this? on the table. Like, you can go right now. You're pretty much there. Like, no, not what I want. I don't know what I want. Well, from experience, I can tell you that if you're going out with not being able to breathe, trust me, it's not a fun way to go out. Any type of asphyxia or drowning or displacement of air, like, no, you don't want that. It's a fight. Mentally, you could be telling yourself you want to die and you're cool with it, but I'm telling you right now, your body fights. Your body does everything it possibly can to get air into it. I was sitting there, like, accepting I was dying. I was telling myself, like, it's cool. Like, you knew this was coming. Like, you felt it. You knew it was coming. It's okay. Just go with the flow. My body was sitting there like, fuck you. Like, my lungs aren't moving, but that's just my body instinctively breathing. You know, it's like...
Let's press on.
Yeah, the will to live is in payoffs, dude. Fuck payoffs. Like I said, I'm not trying to get philosophical. I'm not trying to get deep with this. But I guess I never found my purpose, so I can't die yet. I don't know, it's like there's some longing in my brain that's like, there's something you're here for. Like, it'd be nice if you could tell me. Whatever the hell it is in my brain that won't let me die. It's like the coyote in the Mysterious Voyage of Homer. Don't die, Loader. Can you give me any new information? No. I'm just a memory. Talking coyote? That talking coyote was just a talking dog. Find your soulmate, homie. Wait a minute, dogs can't talk? Woof, woof. Damn straight. I'll tell you one thing, though. If you've ever seen the movie Crank, that scene where Jason Statham is in the elevator and that dude is saying all that shit to him, but he's not talking at all. Like, he's in his brain having a conversation, and he's mentally manifesting the conversation he's having within his brain, and he's associating it to the guy in the elevator is the one having the conversation with him. I don't know what drug does that, but I'll tell you what, I've been there, and it's a weird fucking scenario. No. The dog with the shifty eyes is the Beyond Blunderdome episode with Mel Gibson. When I say, like, there's something weird that goes on in my brain, like, it's that scene from Frank. I have memories of things happening that didn't actually happen. They're things I thought that were happening and things that I thought about happening that I have memories of, that I'm recalling my own thoughts that I've manifested into my own timeline. It's like, didn't happen. It's really hard to explain that without sounding like a raving lunatic. It's kind of funny too because I was suicidal for a little bit there, and it's so dumb what made me not want to be suicidal anymore. I was listening to the song "No Hero" by The Offspring, and I realized I know a lot of my friends are musicians. I do not want my legacy to be cemented by one of my friends' ideas of who I was as a person. I am not killing myself to let them write the goddamn song. It's just... life's crazy. And the other thing too that I've had to like realize as a coping mechanism too is that like not just me going through hard times. This is a post-pandemic dog-eat-dog world we're living in right now. I refuse to lose. I refuse to lose to an unfair scenario. And in the infamous words of favorite rappers of all time, Guru, things get severe for everybody, everywhere. Son of a bitch. It's a good thing I fucking saved. I got unalived. Sorry to bring the fucked up reality of my life to the stream, but it is what it is.
How can I help you? Are you looking for anything in particular? Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop.
Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone.
Who wears short shorts? You know what show has a great name, but I don't think it was that great of a show? Shorty's Watching Shorties. I like the Mitch Hedberg one about it. I like how in these old RPGs like this, like hypothermia isn't even a thing. There isn't a hypothermia meter. Like, he's sitting here freezing my balls off. Maybe a dumb question. I know anything is possible, but are there like caves that actually exist like this in nature? I'm not the biggest fan of the cold, but I would hang out in a cave that looked like this. Fuck your rock. Why is this wolf stronger than all the other ones? Die. I want to unlock the "you killed everything" reward. Yo! I was not paying attention to the soundtrack. That's awesome. is a great ice stage song. Oh no, ice spiders. Go away, ice spider. Motherfucker. Break the barrel. No. That sucks. I guess it only kind of sucks. Go away, ice crab. I'm also actually not sleeping for once. Oh yeah, dude, I never got an email from them. Whoa, 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 whoa.
If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler.
My pack won't hold anymore.
You need a new back.
How can I help you? Are you looking for anything in particular? Never will
I'm
you
looking
see
for
such
ye to
fine
shut the
steel
fuck up.
in this shop.
8.5 hours of Baldur's Gatery. Oh, that was pleasant. I just looked at the time, the exact minute it went 1, 2, 3, 4. You're watching A Better Tomorrow? Yeah, the word RPG always means short game. So, I'll be honest. A Better Tomorrow 1 only has like a few shootouts in it. I've never seen A Better Tomorrow 2, but A Better Tomorrow 3 has one of the most insane ending shootouts you'll ever see in a movie. You want to know why I know that A Better Tomorrow exists? A very, very, very long time ago, someone sent me a video of the song Death Ripper by Municipal Waste synced to a movie. And I had no idea what fucking movie it was. And I searched all day trying to figure out what fucking movie I was watching. And it was A Better Tomorrow 3. It's the same reason I know what Ricky O is. Someone sent me a video of a Duran Gray song synced to Ricky O. I was like, what the fuck is this? I have to know. Thank you very much for the follow, bro. Dis. Hell yeah, PS2. We only play PS2 and PS1 games here. 99% of the time. I've never seen Bullet in the Head. Wait. Is it a John Woo movie? I've seen The Killer, dude. The Killer is a badass movie. The Killer is about a hitman, Darian Fad, that he has a hit on someone. He, in the process of doing the hit, he shoots a girl in the eye and blinds her. She never heard his voice, and he feels bad about it, so he quits being a hitman and he becomes her protector. She has no idea that he is the one that shot her. The whole movie is about how she's gonna have some experimental surgery to get her eyesight back. She's the only one that knows who the hitman was. So he is doing hits again to make money for her to get her eyesight back. I don't know what it is about John Woo and shooting people in the eye. He's like the master of eyeball shots. I've never seen Once a Thief. But you know that gun that he has, that Beretta, that 45 Beretta that falls out of the bird cages in Hard Boiled? That's Chow Yun's Fat's like signature gun. He uses that 45 in like everything. I don't know if John Woo directed this movie, but another good Chow Yun-Fat movie is The Replacement Killers. It's also got Gina Davis in it. I was going to talk about this earlier. Another underrated action movie is The Long Kiss Goodnight. It's also got Samuel Jackson in it. That just tied everything together. I know James has seen that. James and I used to talk about that movie all the time. A Long Kiss Goodnight is like a perfect mix of that like 90s campy action and like that somewhat serious kind of action. I would say that the plot line of The Long Kiss Goodnight is more I've never seen Paycheck. The plot line of The Long Kiss Goodnight is more serious than the way that the movie actually delivers the story.
Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone.
Yep. The Reaper is here to collect.
If you feel the need to part with your gold,
I'm calling you Mr. Bill Collector.
How can I help you?
Almost got myself a level up. This is why I've been just going around and killing everything. Ugh. I don't know what it is about RPGs, but it's just satisfying leveling up. Anyone else get the same feeling from playing an RPG? I know that's the point of the game. I always just feel satisfied when I actually get to a level up point. I didn't know that John Woo did a movie with Ben Affleck and Uma Thurman. Yep, Mission Impossible 2. Yeah, John Woo is awesome. Like, I'm just happy that you guys finally watched Hard Boiled. Like, one of the best movies ever made. Like, maybe it doesn't have necessarily the most complex storyline of all time, but the way it's shot, like the way it unfolds, and like the way they make these like seemingly boring like places just go full on like nuclear. I think I'm honest, I've actually managed to play the majority of this game without even using magic. Oh yeah, one giant thing that everyone needs to know. March 11th, when I start my job, there's no more daylight to these streams. We're going back to where we belong, the darkness of the night. I feel like I just cut not a WCW, an ECW promo there. Like some shit Paul Heyman would say. We're going back to regular schedule. ECW Arena. I moved here from Canada and they think I'm slow, eh? Dude, seriously, speed up, man. I stand in the wake of your demise, Mr. Ice Giant. See, you watched. See what happens, WCW? You watched 2 John Woo movies. You watched one of his American movies, and you watched the best action movie of all time. And see how you're now researching every single goddamn John Woo movie that's ever been directed? That's what happens after you watch Hard Boiled. Called the hard-boiled effect. I was just in town, man. I have to go back because I'm about to die. Ricola.
Are you looking for anything in particular? Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop.
Champions of Norath? Okay, that name of that game was mentioned before. Please remind me, what is Champions of Norath? If anything, I would say it's similar to Diablo.
Axes, hammers, we have more than enough weapons for everyone. If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler.
I think I said this before, but I honestly never actually played a dungeon crawling RPG before playing Diablo. Playing Diablo for the first time ever was during the PSX Slayer Challenge. I have grown to really like these games. Because we can have amazing conversations about Hard Boiled while I'm not really paying attention to what I'm doing. Also, I'm very impressed with this game on multiple levels. I think the designs of these stages are fucking amazing. There's a vast array of enemies. Leveling up is great. It's not overly difficult. But the two things that impress me the most with this game is the water ripple effects are fucking insane. See if I can find some water. Look at this shit. Look how nice that looks. And the fact that there's certain maps in this game that are massive and there is no slowdown. There's kinda skill trees. There's like, this is the skill tree. The other cool thing about leveling up in these games is that you get as many skill points as the level you just attained. So if you just get to level 5, you get 5 skill points. You get to level 6, you get 6 skill points. Games these days do not care about the water, which I swear when games back in the day, that was the main grab, was if we can make the water look good, they'll come. Oh, no, not you. Head out of the gutter. Nowadays, like, people don't give a shit about the water. What's up, Analog? Welcome back. This game also has 2-player co-op too. I was nerding out about the water earlier, that the only other game I can think of off the top of my head that has as good of water early in on the lifespan of the PS2 is Virtua Fighter 4. There's a stage in Virtua Fighter 4 where you're in like a little like pond. You're like, there's a pond and there's an iron gate around the stage. The water on that stage is fucking amazing. You could hear me talking to somebody. Was I talking about hard boiled? Because I think I just talked about hard boiled for like an hour. Dude, no, you're good. I've done that before. I have typed messages while looking at one Twitch chat, typing, not realizing the words that I'm typing are not going into that text box, and then just hitting the enter button, thinking that my computer is broken, and then looking over at someone else's Twitch channel, and be like, "Oh, I have fucked up." I believe there is an EverQuest game on PS2, isn't there? Oh, wait, Champions of Norrath is a EverQuest game. Oh. Oh, I read that wrong. I see. Okay. I read what you said as Champions of Norrath borrowed from EverQuest. So no, I've never played Champions of Norrath, but I look forward to it now. We got Dark Alliance 2 up next. How did the dragon... How did you get to the bottom of an ice cavern, Mr. Dragon? Dragon the Waters? Alright, I gotta say, the dragon's name is kind of cool. Syraxis. That's a cool name. Oh, yeah, exactly. Syraxis? Yeah, it sounds like a lost, like, Immortal album or something. There's an Immortal album called, In the Heart of Winter. It was released in 1999. That dragon looks like something that was taken off of the... let me make sure that I'm actually citing the right album. Yeah, At the Heart of Winter. Look up the album art for At the Heart of Winter. That dragon looks like something that belongs on that album art. That is Syraxis' home. Circumcised. Or my favorite knight, Circumference. Of course, Syraxis takes like a million arrows and nothing's happening. Let's fire up his ass. Syraxis ain't playing fair. Yeah, I'm finding any excuse to say Syraxis. How are the exploding arrows not doing more damage? What the fuck? Probably pronounce something stupid like Syraxis. That says Syraxis, because that there says the Bible. I bet you miss your friend the T-Rex. Don't worry, you'll soon be reacquainted. I can't believe I was able to say all that without sneezing. You are dead. You are a formidable foe. You have died. Fighting all night to get to that. Why does this game have to be so damn good? the hell out of here. This protagonist talks a lot of shit. Man, this game ain't fucking around no more. I mean, it really stopped once we started fighting Syraxis. See, I said it again. I know, the environments are awesome. Then they have stark contrast between the last. There's a distinction of each environment. The save effect is also very satisfying. I am so fucked. Might have to just run it. Wow. Yeah, totally sniped. I got bone sniped. Bone saw is ready. Damn it. Damn it. Oh no, it's Lizard Man versus Lizard Man. Wait a minute, what?
Peace. Peace. Show no weapons. I have no wish to fight you. I am called Slavos. I place the wall of vines upon the snaking trail of mud to herd you here to this island. No and yes. The words you hear, the words I speak, they are not the same. There are serpents in the marsh.
He's gonna turn on me.
The Skitka, that when you squeeze from them their venom, weave it into your magics. All you speak is understood by all who hear you. It is a half magic.
There's some primal childish thing that happens in my brain when a character like this starts speaking. It's wholesome.
The words of others of my people, both will have sense to your ears. I have brought you here to ask why you have come to our lands. The Onyx Tower, is it your god? The Onyx Tower, whose surface glitters like oil upon the water. It arrives in our homeland quick, sudden, and stabs into the heart of the marsh like a poisoned spear. All the tribes have raised their spears to it. Their hissing has become low and weak, that of slaves. The tower. If you will strike the spider within the tower, then I will give you help any way that I can. Supplies, guidance, these things I may help you with.
This guy's cool.
If you wish to reach the tower, you must first go through the tribes of my people. Slavos shall ungrow the walls of vines in your path, clear the way for you. Continue along the snaking trail of mud to the drowned town of humans, now the great gathering place of the tribes of the marsh. Beyond the drowned city is the tower. The tribes are camped in the innards of the human drowned city. To scatter them, once before the great drowning.
Oh yeah. We're going with the +4 club.
You have returned. Is it help you need? The marsh spoke of your coming. Ask your questions. If I have answers, I shall trade them to you.
Why did they have to make it to where this dude has an entire dialogue tree just so I can get to buying shit from him? Why you gotta be so extra?
returned. Is it help you need? You have returned.
We going clubbing. Sorry, Sylvis. I will be hitting your friends because they try to hit me. We be fast and they be slow. Oh no. You don't get to cast magic and run away, buddy. Why do you look like Papa Shango? You're getting clubbed. Back here. It's whacking day. Dude. so close to that level up. Oh, I thought the game froze. About to be angry. I've killed everything in the marshlands. This is a huge map. Just, you know, being dumb and trying to walk through fire while rubbing my eyeball and realizing there's fire there. Already out of shit. It's the lizard apocalypse. Don't let Lizard Man know from Soul Calibur. Or Reptile know from Mortal Kombat.
You have returned. Is it help?
Oh shit.
My pack won't hold anymore.
Welcome to Killing Fields. Sylvis is gonna be really pissed off when he finds out that I killed all of his friends. I have come here to save your marshlands. Giant spider. Also come here to kill all of your friends. Stop burning me. You farting on me? Quit farting on me. I'm not a snare drum. Great. That was so cool. After all that killing, after all that leveling, after all that grinding, just blow myself up.
Is it help?
I'm not dead either, I'm just angry. Angry.
My pack won't hold anymore.
No, it don't work yet. Nothing works here. Come on. You expect there to be functionality in a loader stream? Yeah, what's the name of that company that Hulk Hogan used to work for? Yeah. What's the main company that that worked for Hulk Hogan? That did the JOB? Yeah, that is very true, but yes. I think it's a World Wildlife Fund. Ugh. It's like a crab juice. No, him and Bischoff really did work TNA though. Like, I don't know how they got Dixie Carter to bend so far over backwards for them. My name's Eric Bischoff. I'm the mastermind behind Bash at the Beach 2000. Like, how is that a successful resume? I can't find, a W-2 job, but, Eric Bischoff gets to get rehired at every fucking wrestling company. He was a snake oil salesman. Paul Heyman is a much better salesman, and I think Paul Heyman is much more impressive than Eric Bischoff. Yeah. The sad thing is they still believe that one day they're going to get paid. That's how good Paul Heyman is. I posted a clip of it on Old School Wrestling in the Discord. One of the episodes of Livewire, Paul Heyman calls in. I have not played Diablo 2 yet. Paul Heyman calls into Livewire in 1996. And Vince McMahon, he uses like a fake name. He says his name's like Craig from Connecticut or something like that. Vince McMahon's like, you're on the air. And Paul Heyman just goes off. And Michael Hayes is like, you don't have to use a fake name to get on the airwaves on Livewire. Heyman's like, if I told you my real name, you guys would not have allowed me to talk to you at all. I knew it was coming. I actually just watched the Breaking Kayfabe episode with New Jack. He says one of the realest and coldest things in that interview. The guy asks him, what do you mean that scared the shit out of you? You're the one that made it happen. Jesus! The guy doing the interview asked New Jack, looking back on it, does he feel sorry for what he did to mass transit? And New Jack's like, no, I don't feel sorry for what I did to New Jack. And he says one of the most intelligent things I've ever heard someone say. He goes, an accident is when you're driving down the road and a little kid pops up in the middle of the road and you run the kid over. That's an accident. What I did to mass transit, I did that shit on purpose. You don't feel bad about the shit you did on purpose. Like, damn, that's cold and real as fuck. And the guy asks him, he's like, now that you have a kid, now that you know you're older, if your kid was to be in the scenario that mass transit was in, would you feel bad for your kid? And he goes, no, because I would train my kid well enough to let them know you don't let another motherfucker cut you. He's talking about it, and he's like, I'm trying to cut this dude's head. He goes, I really wasn't. He said in the time, he goes, I tried doing it like normally. He goes, the kid's head wouldn't cut, so I said, fuck it, and I cut him wide the fuck open. He's like, I cut him open, and then Mustafa comes up to me and goes, man, Jack, you really fucked him up. And he was like, I'm looking at this dude's head, and I'm looking at it, and I'm going, damn, in for a penny, in for a pound, may as well make it look good. He said the second he saw how deep that cut was, he knew he was already in trouble. So he said fuck it after that. And, Buffy, we're not the only two people that believe that the Vic Grimes incident at, the XPW show, the scaffold match. We're not the only ones that believe that that was just New Jack working really, really, really deep kayfabe. Because there's a lot of people out there that believe that shit now. That New Jack is just always in character. Well, Mass Transit is an idiot for many reasons. He's an idiot for lying about his age. He's an idiot for telling the veteran what they're going to do in the match. You know, and I understand the Mass Transit incident is it's a bad thing. I mean, I have enough conscience to say that all sides of it are bad. But I will say, that's not the only time where someone in the history of wrestling has gotten an immediate receipt from someone telling them how they're going to do the match. When they're the new guy, they're no one. That's not the only time that that's ever happened. There's way worse instances of people being destroyed over something like that. And the funny thing is that when all was said and done, Mass Transit really wasn't in that bad of a shape. I mean, the guy was fat. I don't mean that type of shape. I just mean his head. I think the kid overreacted. His family had no place saying anything to New Jack. Like, I take New Jack's side, honestly. I know what it's like being the veteran, being the person who knows everything going on, and there's some new kid coming in and telling me how I'm supposed to do my job. Like, fuck you. You're gonna sit down and you're gonna learn today, man. I've never been in the opportunity to be able to cut one of them, but I'd probably cut them the same way. That shit angers people. Like, that's disrespectful, man. You don't come in as the new guy telling the veteran, your trainer, your person who is actually taking time out of their day to make you to give you a break. You don't tell them what the fuck how to do it. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, yeah, it's I don't think it's sad. I have never once felt bad for Mass Transit. The first time I saw what New Jack did to that dude, I was just like, why? I don't get why New Jack flipped and did what he did. And then hearing the story, dude, I'm on New Jack's side. I don't like that kind of disrespect ever. When I am in a position where I'm training, where I am the new guy, I keep my mouth the fuck shut. I don't tell anyone how anything is supposed to be done. That's what I'm saying, dude. There's people that are cripples out there because of shit like that. New Jack let him off easy. You can disagree with that as much as you want. I've always been on New Jack's side. Ever since I've heard the full story of Mass Transit, on New Jack's side. And the thing about New Jack that I respect the most is New Jack, maybe outside of the guy that he stabbed 9 times, because I don't really remember what that guy did to New Jack. I've never physically hurt someone, but I've verbally hurt people on a New Jack level, where I am that type of personality. I am that New Jack personality. I give you what you give to me. And a lot of the stuff that New Jack did over the years, he didn't do anything different than what anyone else would have done. The difference is New Jack is an African American. That's why it's so controversial. Like, oh my god, I can't believe what this guy has done to people. No, when you look at the gnarly politics of wrestling, when you look at a lot of the shit that has happened over the years, New Jack isn't even near the top of the worst people that have ever been in that ring. Yeah, it's... I honestly... The funny thing is, I honestly feel bad for New Jack with the mass transit incident over the fact that New Jack was actually being cool to that dude. He was being really cool, being like, yeah, there's a new guy coming in, like, hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'll take on this match. Like, everyone views me as a psychopath. Like, I want to show people that I can actually be cool. And sure as shit, you know, he has to... The kid has to disrespect New Jack. Because the kid... What I believe happened was... I believe that the full story is... New Jack probably talked to the kid. And New Jack was probably really cool with him. And probably talked really, like, civilized with him and shit. And the kid probably was like, oh, man, like, wrestling... It's not what happens on TV. These dudes are actually really cool pushovers. Maybe I can go over there and talk to New Jack and convince him that I can get over in the match a little bit. That's what I believe happened. And if I was New Jack, I would have took it the same way. Where it's like, dude, I was cool to you, and you want to pull a bitch move like that? That's why I side with New Jack in the entire thing. Yeah, and New Jack is, and at the time, you know, New Jack is a secret. For New Jack to come up and talk to you as not a guy swinging a chair, being crazy, and for you to take advantage of that, like, yeah, you have to be put in your place because you now have the ability to ruin this guy's career. I agree with what New Jack did. He didn't do anything wrong in the mass transit incident. It's not his fault that the kid lied about his age. That should not be something that should have been used as a way to pull people's heartstrings. Like, oh, this minor got gashed open at an ECW show. It was only presented that way to make it seem like he was someone in the crowd. They made it seem like he was a nobody that got hurt at an ECW show because the show got out of hand. Like, that's not what happened. New Jack said, and I believe New Jack when New Jack says it. He goes, if the kid were to have shut up and he were to have let it just run its course of action where I'm the veteran, he's the new kid on the block, it would not have gone down that way. And I believe that he's being 100% honest when he says that. The guy asked him in the interview, he's like, if you weren't on drugs, would you still have cut the guy the same way? Jack's answer to that was, hell yeah. He's like, I probably would have cut him deeper. Because New Jack presents it in a way where it's like, he explains that he didn't actually mean to cut him that deep, but it happened, and that's that. And he also explains it in a way where it's like, you don't ask other people to fucking cut you. Like, how is it my fault Like, how am I the bad guy? And like, and I get where he's coming from, because it's like the kid asked him to cut him. The kid asked for the color. There wasn't originally supposed to even be color in the match. The kid asked for all that shit, and he got it, and then he sued him. Yeah, like, dude, if let's change the mass transit incident to that it happens in 1986 and it's Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan would have did the same thing to him. If the idea were to be that they were going to get color from a chair shot, Hogan would have cocked that chair so far back his head that the back of the chair would have been touching Hogan's back before he swung that chair and hit him with it. Yeah, that too. I mean, these guys handing out receipts hand out these receipts because they made the same mistake that they're giving the receipt on. They don't do, it's not done unprovoked and unexpected, and it's done from the fact that it happened to them before. And they're finally like, well, you're going to learn how the business works the same way I did. If my power goes out, I hope you all have an excellent rest of your week. Oh, I mean, I will be back. I'm not sure if I'm going to be back tomorrow, because I don't know how tomorrow lays itself out. I've been waiting for a good scimitar. I wanted to use a scimitar in this game the entire time. I'm not sure if my webcam is lighting up when the lightning happens. Damn. That's some good lightning coming through. I know y'all are hearing that. The thunder rolls and the lightning strikes. Now the love goes cold on a sleepless night. And the other thing about New Jack is, like, me growing up, like, I didn't know what racism really was. I never understood racism. And I remember trying to tell people about New Jack, and then people, like, learning who he is and being like, oh, this guy sucks. Like, dude, this is one of my favorite wrestlers, man. Like, ease up off New Jack. New Jack dedicated his life to entertaining people by jumping off of shit. I don't care if Jim Cornette calls that garbage wrestling. To me, it's entertaining. To me, it's awesome. Well, Jim Cornette Jim Cornette basically says that anything that uses a chair or when people start jumping off of shit, calls it garbage can wrestling. Don't agree with that, man. Like, I've watched, like, well, you were there too. I mean, we have watched countless CZW matches. Don't tell me that's garbage wrestling. Don't tell me there isn't substance to those matches. Don't tell me there isn't heart there. Don't tell me there isn't real talent in death matches and hardcore matches. Yeah, CZW is life. Once you watch CZW, you're CZW for life. And I get that a lot of Cornette's hate for AEW and for quote-unquote garbage deathmatch wrestling is how much he doesn't like Jon Moxley. Don't base the entire genre off of Jon Moxley, dude. That's a slap in the face to so many people. It's a slap in the face to Trent Acid. It's a slap in the face. Yeah. Dean. Oh, do you mean Dean or Duke? Duke the Dumpster Drosy. Dean was Shane Douglas. Oh, Dean Ambrose. I forget that was his name. Like, Danny Havoc, man. Like, Danny Havoc, I still say Danny Havoc does one of the best German suplexes ever. The king, dude, the fucking kingpins, man. Swerve City right there, man. But no, it's, as I've watched a lot of wrestling in my life, and a lot of this great storytelling that is supposed to be better than this quote-unquote garbage wrestling, I don't see it being as great as a fan. Of course, the guys that were around sit there and they tell you how great the glory days of, like, the late 70s into the mid 80s was, because they were making money off of it. Just because you make money off of something doesn't mean it's good. Taylor Swift makes $1 million a day. Does that mean she's a good singer? Really? Just because it makes money doesn't mean that it's good. Just because it doesn't make money doesn't mean it's bad. Yeah, there is a lot of really bad storytelling in all of wrestling. It wasn't all great. Even Even Bret the Hitman Hart was booked terribly. Like, all these legendary guys at one time in their career had terrible, terrible storytelling. Even The Undertaker had parts of his career that are really hard to watch. It's one of the most universally accepted best wrestlers of all time. And in my opinion, as a wrestling fan, I have more respect for the guy who tells a little bit of a story, climbs up a scaffold, and jumps 20 feet to the floor with a chair, than I do with some guy that's told to just go out there and make heat by saying that the local football team sucks. But because the guy who goes out and tells everyone that the local football team sucks to gain heat, because he makes money, I'm supposed to believe that he's great storytelling, that he's good shit. I don't agree with that. Never have. Dude, the dawn of reality television is the downfall of the human civilization. It's when everything had to turn into reality and drama, and everyone's a star, and social media and all that shit, you know, it's... Everything's just a number contest of popularity. I don't think people understand yet. Well, I don't think companies understand yet. I don't think people have gotten the grip of this concept. It's amazing. It's insane. It's insane to think about, but I've just wrap your mind around this for a second. Indie wrestler goes on Twitter, posts something, gets 20,000 likes. Roman Reigns goes out and posts something on Twitter, gets 1 million likes. I'm off the statistics that we are being fed. We're all supposed to believe that Roman Reigns is now the end-all, be-all popular guy because he got 1 million likes. Problem with that is the fact that of those 1 million likes, that's the machine feeding the machine. I bet only 100 of those people of that 1 million bought something. Of those 20,000 people that liked what that indie wrestler said, I bet you at least half of them bought something of his. That's how numbers are strewed. That's how numbers don't actually add up at the end of the day. I'm half reading what you're saying, and I'm half going on my own tirade here. I hope this is making some sort of cohesive conversation. I don't think they understand. The other thing too, what the huge proponent of the 90s that people don't take into consideration is that back in the 90s, People were paying $50, $60 to have USA for a cable package. People are only paying $10 now to have the WWE network. It's a much different game. Now let me clarify something. I've talked about him enough. I obviously listen to Jim Cornette's podcast. I like hearing Jim Cornette talk. Because it's very few and far between where I 100% agree with everything that Jim Cornette says on a certain topic. And when it happens, it's like, holy shit, man. Me and Jim Cornette see this the exact same way. Like, holy shit, the planets aligned. What I don't like about people like Jim Cornette telling stories is that there's these idiots that exist out there that conform their whole entire idea and their ideal about stuff that they used to like and then change it to bend to the volition of a fucking influencer. Don't do that. You are still allowed to have your opinion. Just because Jim Cornette says it's garbage doesn't mean it's garbage. And you've now alienated yourself to believe it's garbage, and you'll never even watch it. Don't do that to yourself. And take that principle into everything, not just wrestling. Like I say it all the time. I'll sit here and I'll name bands I don't like. I'm not telling you to not give them a chance. There's some bands I don't like just because I don't like certain things that certain band members do. Do you guys want to know why I don't like the band Arch Enemy? Because I think Mike Amott ruined the sound of Carcass. It has nothing to do with his talent, and I'm not going to be mad at you if you tell me that Arch Enemy is your favorite death metal band. It's my opinion. You don't have to bend to it, you know? And that's the problem with influencers these days, is that so many people that are out there that talk about these things, you have to understand, and I'm not talking about Jim Cornette when I say this, there are certain people that will dog on certain things because they're actually paid by the people that they're saying are the good ones. Don't fall victim to that shit. That's part of Gamergate crap. That's part of crap that was already exposed. That people were being paid to say things were bad because they were being paid to say that. Don't fall victim to the ego traps. Don't just because your favorite people out there don't like certain things doesn't mean you should not experience them. Some of my favorite people on Twitch, they don't like some of my favorite games. We still talk. It's okay to have a different opinion than everyone else. I know I'm on something totally different than what I originally started with on this. It's just something that I like. It's just something I like to remind everyone. You don't have to agree with everything people say. Oh yeah, this storm is awesome. This is beautiful. I'm so happy that it came in when I'm talking real shit. Look out, everybody. Bad Stefano's a lone gunner. He's going to force you to bend to his opinion with a bullet. Sorry, my nose is itching. My nose always itches before it rains and while it's raining. That's how I always know it's gonna rain. Oh, This is why I love streaming. This is why I love talking to you guys, because we all understand where I'm coming from. What I'm explaining is just for anyone new here. Like, I'm not mad at people for having a different opinion than mine. The only time where someone's varying of opinion makes me mad is when someone tries presenting an opinion as fact. Don't ever do that. Your opinion's not, unless it's a joke, like, unless it's a joke or like exaggerated. But don't ever express opinion as fact. And that's what pisses me off about Jim Cornette, is he likes to express opinion as fact, and then people bend to that, and then they're just like, yep, that's the truth because Jim Cornette said it, that GCW is garbage can wrestling. No, it's not. It's really good. Because I think a lot of people fail to understand that one of the reasons that Jim Cornette doesn't like hardcore wrestling, it's not because he was never a fan of it. Jim Cornette doesn't like hardcore wrestling because it's actually part of his storyline that he doesn't like. He doesn't like it because when he was in ROH, he got invaded by some CZW guys and XPW guys, and they turned it into this whole, like, blurring the line of reality shoot thing. It's not true, and there's so many people that there's so many people that believe it. If Jim Cornette really hates hardcore wrestling, why is Mick Foley one of his favorite wrestlers? Why is New Jack one of his best friends? When you say craziest stunt, do you mean like how the hell did they survive that, or do you mean like one of the most gruesome things that they ever did, one of the most like cringy, like why did they do that type moments? Because personally, I think the craziest thing that they ever did, the craziest like pure stunt they ever did, was in the first year of CZW. Justice Payne fell through. He did like an elbow through a skylight onto Nick Gage on like a stack of 3 tables. Like he went through like 20 feet up in the air, straight through the skylight, kicked the skylight out, and then fell from the top of the CZW arena through 3 tables. That was a holy shit moment for me. Like, Stefano can back it up. That we were watching CZW, and we're picking it apart like, man, this is kind of dumb, it's just goofy, it's just... And then that happened, and we're like, you want to watch another 13 hours of this? I would say that the gnarliest thing they ever did, it's either when Brain Damage used a sawzall on John Moxley's head, a real sawzall on his head, or when what's his name? I know it was Thumbtack Jack versus the current owner of CZW, not Zandig, the other guy. Oh, what the hell is his name? I can't think of the guy's name, but he, in a tournament of death, he took these syringes of saline and stuck them right through his cheeks in an X, and he sprayed the fucking syringes everywhere. That was nasty. And then another nasty thing that they did was, DJ Hyde, that's his name, thank you. DJ Hyde versus Thumbtack Jack. And the other gnarliest thing I would say was the meat hook incident. There's no words to describe the meat hook incident. I don't know. There's a lot though. Like, you can't watch 5 hours of CZW in a row without being like, oh, that last thing that I thought was gnarly, it just got topped. 5 hours later, like, oh god, I'm desensitized to the last thing. That was much worse. And the funniest thing about CZW is that CZW did take it to a new extreme because they did a lot of is the bed of nails match that you're watching, is there a guy named Matt Tremont in it? Kind of looks like Bam Bam Bigelow without head tattoos. Yep. I know exactly what bed of nails you're talking about. You're watching the one where Matt Tremont's foot got stuck in it. That was a total botch. That was not supposed to happen. If you want to see like a really good death match though, you have to see Danny Havoc versus Masada in a gusset plate match. That's a good match. They're both very talented wrestlers. I don't understand the threshold of pain your body has to be able to withstand to be able to be German suplexed on a gusset plate. That's the spirit of Danny Havoc saying what's up right there. And the whole reason of my tirade of saying that, like, don't believe the hype of that you know, it's just garbage wrestling, is because I honestly believed that for the longest time, because I have so many purist wrestling fan friends that are just like, yeah, there's some companies out there, they just do this ICP type crap where they just bash each other with light bulbs. Sorry to piss off the wrestling gods. It's not my words, guys. Oh, man. Holy shit! Holy shit! I'm surprised I didn't lose power on that one. But, yeah, what the hell was I even talking about? I have totally lost my train of thought after that one. Oh, yeah, so I always thought that way, because my friends were always like, it's crappy wrestling, and then I ended up watching it, and I was legitimately shocked at how good it was. Like, throughout the entire pandemic, that's all I did was watch deathmatch wrestling. And when I saw it live, it even further sent me into just this is the coolest shit ever. And the funny thing is that I've been a fan of FMW for the longest time, which is Frontier Martial Arts Wrestling, and then watching CZW is just like, CZW and GCW, it's like they brought it home. They took it from Japan and they brought it to the States. been a long time since I've heard of lightning like that. I like the thunderstorms where you hear the lightning. I don't care about hearing the thunder. No, Bill Paxton ain't here yet. You're more north out in the... You're more out in the sticks than I am. You're the one that's gonna see the cow first. Nah, Helen Hunt got cast away. I really feel bad for the people on YouTube that are about to watch this Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2 play, thinking that I'm going to be talking about how great Baldur's Gate is, yet they're going to be subjected to hours of me rambling about deathmatch wrestling, New Jack. What else I talk about? Municipal waste. Talking about hard boiled. Hey, I never said that Resident Evil 2 is a bad game. I just said Resident Evil 1 is better. You inferred that yourself. No, I like Resident Evil 2. I just don't agree that it's the best. The best of the best. I do believe that 2 is better than 3, though. 4 is better than 3. 2 is better than 4. Code Veronica is better than all the ones I've mentioned except 1. Fucking love Code Veronica X.
You have returned. Is it help you?
Have they finally announced that they're doing Code Veronica X yet? Well, it's the same thing going on at Konami right now with the Metal Gear Solid shit that's happening. They're making Delta, Metal Gear Solid Delta. The thing is that I speculated that if they're starting with a remake of 3, they'll probably remake Metal Gear Solid. And Konami like half-assed leaked that themselves in a press conference. And what I don't understand with Konami's dumb, stupid marketing, there are 2 very important games to the Metal Gear Solid series that I do not understand how they don't have a 3D version of them. Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2. Make those. Oh shit, I found something. I just really hope that Capcom makes it to where, like, Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 6 just never happened. Don't matter. I've really only played minimal parts of 6, and I don't know. I can't quite pinpoint what I don't like about it. That's the name of the game I was trying to remember earlier. Operation Raccoon City. The game sucked. think one of these days, if I ever get around to it, I'm gonna find a way to stream some PSP action. There's a game on the PSP that I kind of want everyone to see. A game called WTF, Work Time Fun. Yeah, WTF is pretty WTF. Whoa, I found a new screen. I don't think I've ever played any of the Wipeout games.
You have returned. Is it help you need?
My pack won't hold anymore.
Ooh. Yeah, I really thought that I was going to be able to stream through the night. Does not seem like it. I'm tired. It's been a long stream. 10 hours and 39 minutes. Put some work into this game today. I had a good time. I hope everyone else had a good time. See who's out there in Twitchy land.
TP counter TP bot.
No.
I mean, this Cled's kind of like.
Shut up.
There are still many go.
Get Karma out. She's actually better.
Damage, but.
Damn it. Shut up. Yeah, I hope, I hope everyone has had themselves a wonderful time. We're gonna head on over to Creature's house. I have no idea what Creature's playing. I guess we're gonna find out. But alright, y'all. Have yourself an excellent rest of the... Well, an excellent tomorrow. Like I said, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be here or not because... work stuff. But I'll probably end up coming around. I have no idea how much longer we have left in this game. Really too worried about it either because it's really good, and we got Dark Alliance 2 up afterwards anyway. So, all right, everybody, go see what Creature's doing. Hope everyone has an excellent day. Sleep well, everybody.